Chapter 287. Unwillingness was the truest thought of the fairy of the Moon Palace. She was a proud person and thought that she had never cared about any man in the world. However, Yi Xian had never looked at her seriously. She could tell from Yi Xian's eyes that he liked her body, but there was no love in his eyes at all. The goddess of Moon Palace felt a deep sense of frustration and unwillingness. Why did Yi Xian only have lust for her and not love her? Was she really that unattractive? When a woman began to feel unreconciled and became curious about a man, it would also be the beginning of a woman's fall. Even the goddess of Moon Palace was no exception. From the current situation, it could be seen that Yi Xian was pressing her down on the bed. Although she was still resisting with shame and anger on her face, if one observed carefully, they would find that her resistance was much weaker than before. It was as if she was used to Yi Xian's unreasonable behavior. Therefore, women were really strange creatures. Not only did Yi Xian not know the complicated emotions in the goddess of Moon Palace's heart, but even the goddess of Moon Palace did not notice this little change in herself. Yi Xian, let go of me. Don't you want me to do something for you? I can promise you. The goddess of Moon Palace's face was full of shame and anger, but she gradually calmed down. She knew that no matter how she resisted, she could not get away from Yi Xian. This also made her compromise with Yi Xian. The goddess of Moon Palace did not realize that when she faced Yi Xian, her cold and pure aura was no longer there. She was more like a little woman. She did not know when she would realize this subtle change. At this moment, Yi Xian felt the soft body of the goddess of Moon Palace under him and moved away reluctantly. However, when the goddess of Moon Palace was about to get up again, Yi Xian's palm caressed her sensitive parts without restraint. Only then did he stand up with satisfaction. The goddess of Moon Palace's face instantly flushed red. However, she had already been taken advantage of so much before. When this happened again, she was not so mad with shame and anger. She just said hatefully, "You are really despicable and shameless." Habit was a very scary thing. The goddess of Moon Palace did not know that when she was repeatedly violated by Yi Xian and became a habit, this would also be the beginning of her fall. At this moment, Yi Xian smiled slightly, without the slightest shame. All the immortals and gods in the three realms dream of getting close to the first fairy of the three realms, but they do not have the guts. However, I took action. How is that shameless? In Yi Xian's eyes, women were just tools. Even the goddess of Moon Palace was no exception. Naturally, Yi Xian did not feel guilty. He did what he wanted. If the goddess of Moon Palace's identity was not so sensitive, Yi Xian would have taken her body today. The goddess of Moon Palace did not want to be entangled with Yi Xian anymore. She quickly tidied up her white dress and then kept a certain distance from Yi Xian. She pretended to be cold and said, "Tell me, what do you want me to do for you?" When it came to business, the evil smile on Yi Xian's face disappeared. He said solemnly, "It is said that the sky-shaking divine bow and the sun-shooting divine arrow are in your hands. I want to borrow these two things." Hearing Yi Xian's words, the goddess of Moon Palace's expression changed slightly. Her voice became extremely cold as she said, "Impossible. I will never lend these two things to you." Looking at the goddess of Moon Palace's cold face, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. His voice gradually became gloomy as he said, "Goddess, I said before that you have to help me whether you want to or not. I hope you will not force me to do something that I want to do but have not done." It was a threat, a blatant threat. Yi Xian had to get these two ancient divine weapons because they were very useful to his plan. Looking at Yi Xian's gloomy face, the goddess of Moon Palace blushed slightly. There was a touch of fear in her eyes. She knew what Yi Xian wanted to do but had not done. This person was too crazy. If she did not lend these two things to him, she was afraid that he would really do something unimaginable to her. "Yi Xian, it's not that I don't want to lend them to you. It's just that these two ancient divine weapons are temporarily kept by a friend of mine. Even I have no right to lend them to you. The goddess of Moon Palace frowned slightly. Ha! Yi Xian sneered and said, "The Yi of the sorcerer tribe once fought with the ancient celestial court for you in the untainted land. He shot down 9 golden crows in one day. This is known by all 3 realms. The Yi disappeared in the untainted land. His divine weapons are in your hands. How can you say that you have no right to lend them to me? Or is it that you can't forget De Yi and these 2 divine weapons are the tokens of your love, so you don't want to lend them to me?" Hearing Yi Xian's words, the goddess of Moon Palace was ashamed and angry. She scolded loudly, "Yi Xian, don't go too far. De Yi and I are both chaste. There is no love between us." The goddess of Moon Palace paused and looked at Yi Xian with contempt. She sneered and said, "De Yi is a great sorcerer of the sorcerer tribe. I do admire his character. Compared to him, you are not even an ant. Even if I am willing to lend you his divine weapons, I'm afraid you can't use them." Yi Xian chose to ignore the goddess of Moon Palace's sarcasm. He said in a cold voice, "It's none of your business. I'm just asking you whether you want to lend them to me or not." As Yi Xian spoke, he had already walked towards the goddess of Moon Palace. An extremely cold aura bloomed around him. The goddess of Moon Palace bit her lips and panicked. I'll lend them to you. You come with me." The goddess of Moon Palace was afraid that Yi Xian would harm her. In the end, she compromised. She turned around and walked quickly towards the inner palace. This also allowed Yi Xian to follow her slowly. In the inner palace, along the white jade path, the 2 of them walked side by side. After walking for more than 10 miles, a bronze stone door appeared at the end of the path. There were stars in the sky, flowers, birds, fishes, and insects. There were also extremely complicated sorcerer tribe characters engraved on the bronze stone door. It gave people a sense of vicissitudes. "Open." The goddess of Moon Palace cast an immortal spell and sent it into the bronze stone door. With a loud rumble, the bronze stone door slowly opened. The goddess of Moon Palace walked in slowly. Yi Xian followed closely behind. As the bronze stone door closed, the 2 of them disappeared. This was a boundless illusory space. At a glance, one could not see the end of it. There were also extremely dense clouds rippling in this space. An ancient bluestone platform was modeled with vicissitudes. It bobbed up and down in the clouds. On the ancient platform, there was a bow and an arrow crossed on top of it. The bow seemed to be made of withered wood. The arrow was dim and dull. When Yi Xian saw this scene, a divine light flashed in his eyes. It seemed that this was the legendary sky-shaking divine bow and sun-shooting divine arrow. I want to remind you that this is a divine weapon of the sorcerer tribe. Only De Yi can pull this bow. Even if Daoyuo Jingxian wants to use this bow, he will be devoured by it. This is also the reason why I said that you can't use it. Chapter 288. Fairy Guanghan coldly spoke as she looked at Yi Xian with an undisguised expression of disdain. Chang Yi was the one who understood the bow and arrow the most in this world besides De Yi. Back then, when De Yi left the bow and arrow with her, he told her that the bow and arrow were products of the chaos and had incredible power. Among all the immortals, gods, demons, and devils in the heavens, there was no one else who could use the bow other than himself. Chang Yi firmly believed De Yi's words because in the primordial era, De Yi had once killed a golden immortal. He was an ancient great god. Since he said so, there must be no one who could pull the bow. Under the disdainful gaze of Fairy Guanghan, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and chose to ignore her. He took a step forward and suddenly appeared on the green ancient platform. He looked at the bow and arrow in front of him with a cautious expression. Yi Xian never did things that he was not sure of. Since he wanted to borrow the sky-shaking divine bow and the sun-shooting divine arrow, he naturally had a certain level of confidence. This confidence came from the immortal scripture. Yes, it was the immortal scripture. The immortal scripture had a mysterious origin. No one knew who created it. It had existed since the beginning of the world, and the forbidden chapter was only obtained by Yi Xian. Immortals, demons, and demons, all kinds of secret skills could be said to be all-inclusive. There were even secret skills of the sorcerer tribe in it. For example, the martial arts dragon technique that he had once used was a secret skill of the sorcerer tribe. Yi Xian had a feeling that the immortal scripture had merged all the skills in the world. It would definitely allow him to use the bow and arrow. Rise! Yi Xian did not hesitate. He reached out and grabbed the sky-shaking divine bow, wanting to lift it in his hand. All of a sudden, something terrifying happened. Bang! The sorcerer light was bright and could kill immortals and gods. The bow, which seemed to be made of rotten wood, was emitting an extremely terrifying sorcerer light. The space was shaking violently, and Yi Xian was sent flying, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Buzz! Yi Xian's flying figure froze in the air. The web between his thumb and index finger was cracked and bleeding. It was obvious that he had suffered a backlash from the heaven-shaking divine bow and had suffered heavy injuries. Seeing this, the fairy of Guanhan smiled disdainfully. It was as if she had expected this. I've already told you, it's not that I don't want to lend you this bow and arrow, it's that you can't use it at all. The moon fairy looked at the bow and arrow on the ancient platform. An imposing figure flashed through her mind. She murmured, only he can use this bow and arrow. If he was still alive, how could I be humiliated like this? Yi Xian only felt that it was laughable when he heard the whispers of the moon fairy. In the end, women were still women. They would always revere the strong. This was a principle that would never change. Even the moon fairy was no exception. Yi Xian stepped onto the ancient platform again while the goddess of the moon palace was in a trance. A bloody light flashed past his eyes. He closed his eyes slowly, and the aura around him changed strangely. A wisp of shaman light silently blossomed around him, and the immortal spirit aura had already vanished. When Yi Xian opened his eyes, a wisp of deep and gloomy color filled his eyes, and an ancient aura was even released at this moment. The vicissitudes of eternity, the vicissitudes of life, 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 the vicissitudes of life sutras rumbled in the void of the heavens. 12 phantoms that supported the heavens and the earth appeared above Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian formed an indescribable incantation, and the witch light around his body rippled in all directions. The 12 phantoms were chanting scriptures, causing this space to become extremely unfathomable. This was a sutra of the sorcerer tribe. It was recorded in the forbidden chapter of the Immortal Sutra. Yi Xian didn't know what this sutra was for, but he had a feeling that this sutra was the key to him using this bow and arrow. Rise! It was as if thunder from the ninth heaven had exploded, and it was as if the heavens were pressing down. When Yi Xian's voice rang out, he reached out his hand again and held the sky-shaking divine bow in his hand. What happened next completely stunned the moon fairy. She didn't come back to her senses for a long time. The bow, which looked like it was made of rotten wood, shone with a dark light that had never been seen before. Yi Xian held it in his hand easily, and an illusory bowstring condensed. The mysterious dark light also covered Yi Xian at this moment. Arrow. Buzz. The sun-shooting divine arrow, like the light of dawn, passed through the barrier of time and space, and suddenly appeared on the bowstring. Open. It was as if the sky and the earth were splitting, and the mountains and rivers were shattering. When Yi Xian's arms swelled, he actually slowly pulled the bowstring to the fullest. The terrifying power released by the bow and arrow made the space collapse inch by inch, as if it would collapse at any time. At this moment, when the Moon Fairy saw this scene, she seemed to be completely dumbfounded. She even trembled slightly and murmured, how is this possible? Who is he, how can he pull the sky-shaking divine bow? It was no wonder that the Moon Fairy was so shocked. Because she knew very well that from the untainted age until now, she had never heard of anyone who could use Yi's weapon. This was simply unimaginable. Stop quickly. The Moon Fairy suddenly woke up and anxiously shouted at Yi Xian. If Yi Xian really shot the arrow, not only would the space collapse, but the moon star where she lived would also turn into ashes. It should be known that the bow and arrow were the divine weapons of the sorcerer tribe, and they had shot down 9 golden crows in the hands of Yi. Although Yi Xian's current cultivation was far from that of Yi's, if he shot the arrow, the disaster caused by it would be extremely terrifying. Yi Xian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. In the end, he did not shoot the arrow. As he pulled back the bowstring that was fully pulled, sweat appeared on his forehead. Although the bow and arrow were powerful, they had consumed 50% of Yi Xian's cultivation. According to Yi Xian's estimation, he could only shoot 2 arrows at most, and then he would be weakened. However, 2 arrows were not bad, which was basically in line with Yi Xian's expectations. Yi Xian opened the Sumeru space and put the bow and arrow into it directly. Then he walked down from the ancient platform and looked at the Moon Fairy calmly. He said, when I finish using them, I will definitely return them to you. If you have time, you can also come to the Weiyang Palace to drink wine and discuss Tao with me. We can get closer to each other. Now that the matter had been settled, Yi Xian didn't have any intention of staying any longer. He directly tore through space and appeared in the Guanhan Palace. The Guanhan Fairy bit her lips and hatefully followed Yi Xian out. Yi Xian, I have to remind you that the bow and arrow are the divine weapons of the sorcerer tribe. Although the sorcerer tribe suffered a great loss during the Great War of the Sorcerer and Demon tribe and has not appeared in the world for hundreds of thousands of years, it does not mean that they will allow the divine weapons to fall into your hands. I hope you can take care of yourself. Seeing that Yi Xian did not stay any longer and walked straight out of the Moon Palace, the Moon Fairy was also unwilling to accept that he had ignored her. Her voice was cold and angry. Chapter 289. The Witch Race. Yi Xian's footsteps paused. He turned around and smiled at the Moon Fairy. There was an indescribable strangeness in his smile. After that, he didn't stop at all and left the Moon Palace on a cloud. Bullfighting Palace. The Jade Emperor's face was gloomy. He stared at the heaven mirror. When he saw Yi Xian leave the Guanghan Palace, his gloomy face relaxed a little. However, the Jade Emperor was very confused. Why did Yi Xian come to the Guanghan Palace? Why did the Guanghan Palace rumble just now? Even when Yi Xian disappeared from the heaven mirror, the Jade Emperor still didn't think of an answer. However, just as he was about to put away the heaven mirror, a figure that he yearned for quietly appeared in the heaven mirror. This also caused him to look towards the mirror in surprise. Fairy Guanghan's black hair was in a mess, and her beautiful face was flushed red. She appeared outside the Guanghan Palace and was currently looking at Yi Xian's departing figure. Her eyes were filled with a never-before-seen confusion. When this scene appeared in the Jade Emperor's eyes, he was completely stunned on the spot. An extremely violent aura rose around him, causing the entire bullfighting palace to tremble slightly. What did he see? The fairy of Guanghan, the #1 fairy in the 3 realms, the primordial goddess. She was an unattainable goddess. She was also the person he loved. However, the goddess in his heart now had a rosy face. Even her hair was messy. The blurred look in her eyes shocked the Jade Emperor to an unimaginable level. Countless years had passed. The Jade Emperor had never seen the fairy of Guanghan like this. His thoughts were in a mess. He did not know what happened between Yi Xian and the fairy of Guanghan. An extremely terrifying thought appeared in the Jade Emperor's mind. However, he quickly rejected it. Impossible, absolutely impossible, why would Chang Yi take a liking to him? The Jade Emperor murmured coldly. He looked at the fairy of Guanghan's forehead carefully. When he realized that the fairy of Guanghan was still a virgin, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Although the thing that the Jade Emperor was most worried about did not happen, he still had a question in his heart. That was, why did the fairy of the Moon Palace look like this, as if she had just experienced a storm? Unfortunately, no matter how the Jade Emperor guessed, he would not know what had happened between Yi Xian and the fairy of Guanghan. If the Jade Emperor had seen Yi Xian pressing the fairy of Guanghan under his body and blaspheming the goddess in his heart, he would have gone completely crazy. He would have killed his way to the moon star and cut Yi Xian into pieces. Venus Taibai frowned as he looked at the Jade Emperor's uncertain expression. He felt helpless about the Jade Emperor's obsession with the fairy of the Moon Palace. Aside from the Queen Mother, Venus Taibai was the only person who understood the Jade Emperor the best. He had always believed that the Jade Emperor was a formidable person in the three realms, be it in terms of cultivation or methods. He would definitely be able to accomplish great things. However, what Venus Taibai criticized the most was that the Jade Emperor would become a completely different person when it came to anything related to Fairy Chang Yi. The wisdom that he had in the past had all disappeared. Your Majesty, the death of the longevity Immortal Venerable has already angered the immortals of the Chan sect. Moreover, the Huagua Mountain is right in front of us. You are the master of the three realms. You should deal with this matter first so that the celestial court can be stabilized. Venus Taibai advised. Hearing Venus Taibai's words, the Jade Emperor put away the heavenly mirror. He also knew that what Venus Taibai said was the most important thing. Venus, I already have an idea. You can rest assured. The Jade Emperor smiled coldly. A vicious look flashed across his eyes. According to the Jade Emperor's plan, he had to give the Chan sect an explanation to appease the immortals of the Chan sect. He could not afford to offend the Huagua Mountain. In the end, he would have to apologize to the Chan sect and find a scapegoat to settle the matter. However, his hatred for Yi Xian made him change his plan. He even had plans to expand the situation. A vicious plan against Yi Xian was also born in the Jade Emperor's heart. The conflict between the Celestial Court and the Huagua Mountain attracted the attention of the three realms. This battle lasted for half a year, and the casualties were extremely heavy. Countless heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals died. 29 brilliant star lords died. 7 of the 28 lunar mansions died tragically. Even the 4 heavenly kings were heavily injured. The Flower Fruit Mountain was not having a good time either. Countless demon soldiers and demon generals had died tragically, and a total of 7 demon kings had fallen. The two sides could be said to have gone all out, and it seemed like they would not rest until one of them was dead. In the beginning, the battle between the 3 altar sea god Neza and the purple dragon king of the Huagua Mountain was earth-shattering. The victor could not be determined in a short period of time. In the end, both sides were injured when they used killing immortal techniques. When the heavenly king Peng of the Huagua Mountain attacked, the heavenly Peng's body traversed thousands of miles and directly beat the celestial court until they fled. If the immortals of the Chan sect had not arrived, the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the celestial court would have died in the lower realm. The heavenly Peng King, the second demon king of the Huagua Mountain, was an extremely powerful existence. However, he did not dare to be careless when facing the immortals of the Chan sect. He confronted them between the two realms. If it was only the celestial court, the heavenly Peng King would not be afraid at all. However, since the immortals of the Chan sect were involved, he knew that the matter was extremely troublesome. He did not dare to go overboard and make the situation worse. The celestial court was also very afraid. Neza was the strongest in the celestial court, but because he was seriously injured in the battle with the Purple Dragon King, there was no one in the celestial court who could use high-end combat power. The immortals of the Chan sect gradually calmed down. Most of them were primordial unity golden immortals, and the strongest among them was only an overarching heaven Xian immortal. The most important problem was that the number 1 demon king of the Huagua mountain had not yet made his move. The number 1 demon king was an overarching heaven golden immortal. Unless Yang Jian came in person, no one was a match for him. However, the immortals of the Chan sect secretly hated the fact that Yi Xian was rebuilding his body in the Golden Cloud Cave of the Jade Spring Mountain. He could not participate in this battle at all. The culprit was Yi Xian. This made the immortals of the Chan sect secretly hate Yi Xian. Dong! 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 The celestial court retreated and rose into the sky to return to the 33rd heaven. The demon kings of the Huagua mountain laughed wildly to the sky and returned to the Huagua mountain with tens of millions of demon soldiers and demon generals. The battle ended without a conclusion, but both sides knew that it was no longer the problem of the longevity immortal venerable. Both sides had already fought with real anger and had already formed a great hatred. It involved the face of both sides. In the Lingshao Hall of the Celestial Court, the Jade Emperor sat high on the Emperor's throne, and the immortals below him stood side by side. The atmosphere in the entire Lingshao Hall was extremely oppressive. Your Majesty, the Huagua Mountain has always refused to obey the Celestial Court. First, it killed the longevity immortal venerable, and then it gathered tens of millions of demon soldiers to fight the Celestial Court. It completely disregarded the Celestial Court and Your Majesty. If we don't eliminate it, I'm afraid all the people in the 3 realms will mock the Celestial Court for being incompetent, Master Zhang said with his beard and hair standing on end. Chapter 290. But there are 72 demon kings in Huagua Mountain. Even the weakest among them is a grand unity mystic immortal. Who in the Celestial Court can take on such an important task? Lei Zhenzi said in a low voice. In my opinion, if Erlang Xian Sheng was not injured, with his cultivation base of all heaven golden immortal, he would have led us immortals to subdue Flower Fruit Mountain. Dhritarashtra said with certainty. Humph, Neza's face was pale. It was obvious that he had not recovered from his injuries. He said coldly, that's easy for you to say. My senior brother Yang Jian has formed a body. How can he lead us in battle? The entire Lingshao Hall was in a mess. However, the Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes and did not say anything. Your Majesty, why don't we ask the Buddha of the Western Mystical Mountain for help? He will definitely be able to suppress Huagua Mountain. An immortal official asked the Jade Emperor. Are you stupid? Huagua Mountain is the place where the fighting divine Buddha achieved Tao. It has a lot to do with the Western Mystical Mountain. Moreover, this is a matter of the Celestial Court. Even if the Buddha intervenes, where will the dignity of the Celestial Court go? Grand Preceptor Wen Zhong said angrily. The quarrel became more intense. The immortals expressed their opinions and the entire Lingshao Hall was in a mess. Everyone, please calm down. Suddenly, the Jade Emperor spoke. The quarrel between the immortals stopped. At this moment, the Jade Emperor smiled. He looked at the immortals and said, the Celestial Court has 4 Celestial Emperors. Zhenwu Demon Extinguishing Emperor, Ziwei Emperor, and Emperor Gaochen. All of them are Daoyuo Jingxian. How can Huagua Mountain be a match for the Celestial Court? Hearing the Jade Emperor's words, the immortals' spirits were lifted. Indeed, as the Jade Emperor had said, the Celestial Court was not without high-end combat power. The 3 Celestial Emperors were Daoyuo Jingxian, revered by all living beings in the 3 realms. If one of them were to take action, how could a mere Huagua Mountain be a match for the Celestial Court? Unfortunately, before the immortals could chime in, Neza frowned and stepped forward. Your Majesty, the three great emperors are no longer in the celestial court. We don't know where they are now. Besides, even the three great emperors might not do something as trivial as killing demons. I'm afraid, hearing Neza's words, the immortals' expressions froze. Bitterness appeared on their faces. As Neza had said, the three great emperors were Daluo Jingxian. Not to mention in the celestial court, even in the three realms of heaven, earth, and man, they were lofty existences. Why would they care about a mere Huagua mountain? Moreover, the Huagua mountain was not ordinary. It had the monkey behind it. Legend had it that the monkey had already stepped into the Daluo Jingxian. Although it had not shown itself for tens of thousands of years, it was definitely not an existence to be trifled with. To put it bluntly, under the Daluo Jingxian, they could do whatever they wanted. However, if the Daluo Jingxian was involved, the nature of the matter would change. First of all, the immortals of the Chan sect all wanted to avenge the longevity celestial venerable. However, no one proposed to ask the 12 ancient golden immortals to take action, because the Daluo Jingxian was not a trivial matter. This was already involved in the battle of orthodoxy. Although the Huagua mountain was occupied by demons, it was inextricably linked to the Buddhist sect. It was fine if the two sides were to fight on a small scale, but if it involved the Daluo Jingxian's level, this was definitely not a small matter. Looking at the disappointed expressions of the immortals, the Jade Emperor smiled slightly. A sinister light flashed across his eyes. My dear ministers, perhaps you have forgotten that we have the East Pole Emperor in the Celestial Court. Although he is not the Daluo Jingxian, he fought to a draw with my nephew, Yang Jian. If the East Pole Emperor goes to destroy the Huagua mountain, it will definitely show the dignity of the Celestial Court, the Jade Emperor said confidently. Yi Xian. The immortals were in an uproar. Everyone's expressions were extremely interesting. Clearly, the Jade Emperor's words had greatly shocked them. Your Majesty is wise. The East Pole Emperor's combat strength is unparalleled. He can definitely take on this heavy responsibility, Venus Taibai bowed and said. At this moment, the immortals of the Chan sect looked uncertain. Zhao Gongming and the others were also slightly stunned. Then, they coldly watched the development of the situation. Obviously, Yang Jian had been seriously injured by Yi Xian. This was a grudge in the hearts of the immortals of the Chan sect. But now, Yang Jian was imprisoned in the Golden Cloud Cave of the Jade Spring Mountain and could not come to the Celestial Court. In the vast Celestial Court, only the new East Pole Emperor had the ability to suppress the Huagua mountain. I agree. I agree. After dozens of breaths, the immortals of the Chan sect spoke one after another. Their thoughts were very simple. Whether Yi Xian destroyed the Huagua mountain or died at the hands of the demon kings of the 72 caves, it was all to their advantage. Wait. Although the East Pole Emperor's combat strength is unparalleled, he is only a primordial unity golden immortal. How can he fight the demon kings of the 72 caves? We still need to consider this matter carefully. Led by Zhao Gongming, a dozen immortals of the Chan sect objected. Minister Zhao, you underestimate the East Pole Emperor too much. He is the only one who can bear this heavy responsibility. The Jade Emperor didn't give Zhao Gongming and the others a chance to refute. He wrote an edict in the Lingxiao Hall and sent Venus Taibai to the Weiyang Palace to deliver the edict, granting Yi Xian 30,000 heavenly soldiers to immediately descend to the lower realm to eliminate the demon. Everything came naturally. With the help of the immortals of the Chan sect, the matter was quickly settled. Zhao Gongming and the others wanted to stop it, but their words carried little weight and they could only remain silent. The Weiyang Palace. Venus Taibai paid a visit. She held a golden edict and read the Jade Emperor's edict. Please accept the edict, Emperor. Venus Taibai carefully handed the edict to Yi Xian, fearing that Yi Xian would question her in a fit of rage. But to her surprise, Yi Xian didn't show any emotion. He just casually tossed the edict on the table. Since the Jade Emperor has entrusted this heavy responsibility to me, I'm duty-bound to do so. After Yi Xian said this, his voice paused for a moment before he continued, go back and tell the Jade Emperor that the 3 armies have yet to move their provisions. This emperor needs to reward 30,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Whether it's immortal weapons or miraculous medicines, tell him to send them to this emperor's endless palace within a day. Yes, this little immortal will definitely pass on the emperor's words. Venus Taibai was slightly stunned, but she still smiled and returned to the Lingxiao Hall on an auspicious cloud. A strange smile appeared on Yi Xian's face as he watched Venus Taibai leave. The Jade Emperor's edict was sucked into his hand, and a heavenly flame turned the edict into ashes. Jade Emperor, you can also be called a formidable person. Unfortunately, you have been bewitched by the fairy of the Moon Palace. This is your path to death. Yi Xian said sinisterly. There was a cruel and mocking look in his eyes. From killing the longevity immortal venerable to framing Huagua Mountain, all of these steps were according to Yi Xian's plan. Even the Jade Emperor's edict was within his expectations. Yi Xian went to the Guanhan Immortal Palace. Other than borrowing a bow and arrow, his biggest goal was to anger the Jade Emperor. According to Yi Xian's guess, if he didn't anger the Jade Emperor would definitely minimize this matter. That was definitely not what Yi Xian wanted to see. Chapter 291. Yi Xian could only obtain the greatest benefits by stirring up this pool of water. Not only did he want the Jade Emperor to be mocked by the 3 realms, but he also wanted to build a strong foundation for himself and take this important step to seize the position of the Celestial Emperor. Of course, Yi Xian was not stupid enough to really destroy Huagua Mountain. He had his own plan. This plan would quickly increase his cultivation level and build a strong foundation for him. Although there were great risks, the benefits were also great. In front of the South Heaven Gate, 30,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals stood in front of the South Heaven Gate. There were even yellow-scarfed strongmen beating the war drums. Yi Xian stood in front in his green emperor robe. The immortals of the Celestial Court stood on both sides. The Jade Emperor and Queen Mother also came to send him off. Today, the East Emperor went down to the lower realm to eliminate demons. I and the immortals propose a toast to the East Emperor. We will help him win and show the might of the Celestial Court. The Jade Emperor and Queen Mother raised their wine cups. An immortal official filled them with wine. The immortals and the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother drank the wine in their cups. Looking at the Jade Emperor's pretentious expression, Yi Xian smiled slightly. He drank the wine in his hand and casually threw the wine cup to the side. He did not look at the Jade Emperor and the immortals. He directly rode a black cloud and headed down to the lower realm. Dong! 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 The war drums were beating, and shouts of killing could be heard. A golden cloud rose under the feet of the 30,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals and followed Yi Xian to the lower realm. Your Majesty, the East Emperor's trip is too dangerous. Other than his cultivation level, there are no other immortals following him. We sincerely request Your Majesty that we are willing to go to the lower realm to help the East Emperor. Zhao Gongming led a dozen immortals from the Jie school and bowed to the Jade Emperor. Minister Zhao, you don't have to worry. The East Emperor's combat power is unparalleled. He will definitely not be in any danger. Our Celestial Court is in need of people. You all have important duties in the Celestial Court. It's better for you to settle official matters in the Celestial Court. The Jade Emperor sneered and turned around to return to the Celestial Court. The immortals of Chan School smiled coldly and dispersed. The Jade Emperor simply wants to kill the East Pole Emperor. How can these mere 30,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals be a match for Mount Huagua? An immortal from the Jie sect said gloomily. Humph. Looking at the Jade Emperor's departing figure, Zhao Gongming said coldly, the Jade Emperor underestimated the East Pole Emperor too much. Let's just wait and see. After passing through 10,000 miles of wind, thunder, and fire, they would arrive at the vast and boundless Earth Immortal realm. Under the leadership of Yi Xian, 30,000 celestial soldiers and generals appeared in the sky. The war drums rumbled, and battle cries reverberated in the air. A god general bowed to Yi Xian and said, Imperial Emperor, the mountain of flowers and fruits is just 1,000,000 miles ahead. Should we kill our way there? Kill our way there? Yi Xian laughed self-deprecatingly. Then, he looked at the god general strangely and said, Are you crazy, or am I crazy? Just 30,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals fighting against billions of demon soldiers. Or do you think that I can fight 72 demon kings alone and destroy billions of demon soldiers with my own hands? This. The god general flattered Yi Xian silently. He did not know how to answer him. Stop beating. Put away your useless celestial court power. As Yi Xian spoke coldly, the yellow-scarfed strongmen stopped beating the war drums. The golden light on the 30,000 heavenly soldiers disappeared without a trace. Everyone looked at Yi Xian in confusion. Remember, I want elites, not brainless brutes. If you go to the mountain of flowers and fruits like this, I'm afraid you will all die without a burial place. Yi Xian was extremely disappointed with these heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. He really missed the underworld that he created in the human world. Although the cultivation of the members of the underworld was like heaven and earth compared to these heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, in terms of intelligence, they were thousands of miles away from these heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Imperial Emperor, we are under orders to eliminate the demon soldiers. If we don't do this, how can we report to the celestial court? The god general was puzzled. What is your name? Yi Xian frowned and asked. Imperial Emperor, your subordinate is Han Guang. I am the 8th subordinate of the Celestial River Navy Lord Tuyao. Before the god general could finish, Yi Xian frowned and interrupted him, I don't care who you are. From now on, the only thing you need to do is to obey my orders. Yes, Imperial Emperor. Han Guang did not dare to delay. Pass down my orders. Put away your weapons and head to the mountain of flowers and fruits. If you encounter any demon soldiers, do not fight with them. Yi Xian said calmly. Yi Xian's order made Han Guang feel very strange. Just now, he said that he couldn't go to Huagua Mountain, but why did he have to go now? What puzzled Han Guang the most was, if they didn't get rid of the demons, then what were they going to do at Huagua Mountain? Han Guang wanted to ask, but when he saw Yi Xian's cold eyes, he could not help but shiver. He quickly followed Yi Xian's orders and ordered the 30,000 heavenly soldiers to put away their weapons and follow Yi Xian silently to the mountain of flowers and fruits. At the same time, Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, Water Curtain Cave. The monster kings of the 72 caves sat cross-legged here, each with a serious look on their faces. Obviously, they did not feel good about going against the celestial court. A leopard-headed monster king rushed in and quickly reported to the monster kings, My lords, a large number of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals are coming to the mountain of flowers and fruits. Damn it, how dare they come? I'll go and meet them. Snake Demon King had a pair of inverted triangular eyes, and when he blinked, there was a strong sinister look in his eyes. He lifted the trident in his hand and was about to walk out of the cave. My lord, you must not be impulsive. This time, it is the East Emperor of the Celestial Court. The Monster King's trembling voice reminded him, which startled Snake Demon King and made him stop in his tracks. Those who could bear the name Emperor, were all existences like the Daluo Jinxian. How could he, a mere primordial unity golden immortal, provoke them? The East Emperor. At the same time, a handsome young man stood in the middle of the cave. His eyes were like lightning, and his temples were covered with white hair. His voice was tinged with surprise. Bai Hong, the first monster king of Flowers and Fruits Mountain, was a long-armed ape monkey. His cultivation base was an all-heaven golden immortal, which made him an extraordinary existence. There are 5 immortals in the universe: heaven, earth, God, human, and ghost. There are 5 insects: Ao, scale, hair, feather, and Kuan. There are also 4 monkeys in the world. They are not heaven, earth, God, human, or ghost. They are also not Ao, scale, hair, feather, or Kuan. They are not part of the 10 categories. These 4 monkeys were also known as the 4 monkeys of the chaotic world. They were extremely terrifying existences. The first was the wise stone monkey. It was capable of transformations, knew the time of day, knew the geography, and could move the stars. The second was the 6-eared macaque. It was good at hearing, could see the truth, and could see everything. The third was the long-armed ape monkey. It could grasp the sun and moon, shrink 1,000 mountains, distinguish right from wrong, and manipulate the universe. The fourth was the red-bone horse monkey. It could understand yin and yang, knew how to get in and out, and avoided death. These 4 monkeys were not part of the 10 categories, and did not live up to their names. The first monster king of Flowers and Fruits Mountain was the long-armed ape monkey. He was ranked 3rd among the 4 monkeys of the chaotic world. In the Dongxing divine continent, he was also a famous existence. Chapter 292. What East Pole Monarch? He's just a clown. The Amethyst Dragon King had yet to recover from his injuries. When he mentioned Yi Xian, his face was filled with disdain as he said, "The East Emperor's real name is Yi Xian. His cultivation base is only at the Grand Unity stage. Although he has the title of Emperor, he doesn't have the strength of an emperor. How dare someone like him come to my Flower Fruit Mountain? He's simply courting death." Ha! The Heavenly Rock King smiled coldly and said, "It seems like the Celestial Court has no one to use. Wait for me to kill this Yi Xian Daoist, then I'll drink and chat with my brothers." As the Heavenly Rock King spoke, he strode out of the water curtain cave. With his cultivation base at the middle stage of the all-heaven mystic immortal realm, he naturally did not take Yi Xian seriously. "Second brother, come back." Before the Heavenly Rock King walked out of the water curtain cave, Bai Hong suddenly called out, causing the Heavenly Rock King to pause. He turned to look at Bai Hong with a puzzled expression and said, "Big brother, you, at this moment." Bai Hong stood up from the prayer mat with a solemn expression. He said, "Although this Yi Xian is at the Grand Unity stage, he's able to be on par with Yang Jian. His battle prowess is definitely not as simple as you think. Big brother, there's no need to worry. I've already found out that Yi Xian only ambushed Yang Jian back then, which caused Yang Jian to suffer a great loss. In terms of cultivation base, he's no match for me at all," the Heavenly Rock King said with certainty. "Fool!" Bai Hong frowned and reprimanded, "I've fought with Yang Jian before. He's calm and wise, and his skills are above mine. Moreover, he's only a step away from becoming a Daluo Jinxian. However, no matter what method Yi Xian used to shatter Yang Jian's body, he's clearly not someone easy to deal with. I'll personally go and meet this East Emperor." Bai Hong strode out of the water curtain cave. This made the other demon monarchs' expressions change slightly. They did not expect their big brother to value Yi Xian so much that he was prepared to take action personally. Flower Fruit Mountain had 72 caves. Every cave had a demon king presiding over it, and it occupied an area of tens of millions of kilometers. On this day, in the Flower Fruit Mountain, the Tongtian demon flag was waving in the sky. There were countless demon soldiers on the mountain, and the demonic aura that surged like the tide rippled through the heavens and the earth. It was an extremely shocking sight. With Bai Hong in the lead, the demon monarchs accompanied him. When they walked out of the water-curtain cave, they saw tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers standing in the sky above Huagua Mountain. The person in the lead was wearing an azure emperor robe. He was the East Emperor of the Celestial Court. Beneath the firmament, in the void, Yi Xian's aura was concealed as he looked down at the flower-fruit mountain of the lower world. When Bai Hong and the others entered his sight, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as a look of wariness flashed through them. However, that wariness in Yi Xian's eyes was concealed. His entire being was calm and composed, giving off a feeling as though he was bathing in the spring breeze. Puny little Taoist! How dare you come to our flower-fruit mountain for a crusade? Come down and prepare to die. Some of the demon generals before the battle roared out, causing the countless demon soldiers to echo along. Audacious! This is the East Emperor of the Celestial Court. Han Guang's face changed as he was about to reprimand Yi Xian. However, before he could even finish his words, he was interrupted by Yi Xian's gaze. Is that the long-armed ape king Bai Hong below? Yi Xian let out a bright smile as he looked down at Bai Hong. When both of their gazes met in the void, the entire world went silent. Bai Hong's gaze was strange as he sized up Yi Xian continuously. Even though he could sense that Yi Xian was merely a primordial unity golden immortal, the moment both of their gazes met, Bai Hong could feel a sense of heaviness in his heart. This East Emperor Lord was extremely strange. That simple sentence of his revealed the thoughts in Bai Hong's heart. His true form was the long-armed ape monkey, and he was ranked third among the 4 chaotic world monkeys. His mind was the most meticulous, and he trusted his instincts the most. Even though this Taoist Yi Xian did not reveal anything and was even smiling at him, Bai Hong could sense a sense of danger from him. The thing that puzzled Bai Hong the most was the fact that the 30,000 celestial soldiers did not reveal any bit of aura at all. There were no yellow turban strongmen beating on the war drums either. It was as though they were not here for a crusade against his Huagua Mountain. Bai Hong could not figure out the intentions of this Yi Xian. However, as the saying went, one does not slap a smiling face. Naturally, Bai Hong would not be rude as he gave a Taoist bow and spoke with a booming voice, "Your humble servant is Bai Hong. Are you the East Emperor Lord of the Celestial Court, Yi Xian, fellow Taoist? I've long heard of the mighty name of the long-armed ape king. Now that I've met you today, you do live up to your reputation indeed." As Yi Xian spoke, he walked slowly in the void towards Bai Hong and the other demon kings. This scene had the faces of the celestial soldiers and generals changing drastically. All the demon kings and the endless demon soldiers were stunned speechless. Logically speaking, Yi Xian was the celestial emperor of the celestial court. This time, he had come to Huagua Mountain for a crusade. The two of them would not rest until one of them was dead. Right now, Yi Xian was heading towards the demon kings by himself. If these demon kings were to attack together, they would probably be able to instantly tear Yi Xian apart in Huagua Mountain. "Emperor, come back quickly." Han Guang's face changed drastically as he tried to stop Yi Xian with a trembling voice. "Don't be impatient. Wait here for this emperor to return." Before Han Guang could continue to dissuade him, Yi Xian's voice sounded in Han Guang's ears. He was also stunned. Clearly, he could not understand Yi Xian's actions and thoughts. At this moment, on Flower Fruit Mountain, the demon kings smiled sinisterly as they looked at Yi Xian with eyes filled with killing intent. The snake demon king sinisterly said, "Big brother, this Taoist is really stupid. He actually dares to come here alone. Let's swarm him and kill him together, so that our sons won't have to fight with the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals." Humph. Bai Hong frowned and glared fiercely at the snake devil king. He reprimanded, "Our Huagua Mountain is famous in the Dongxing divine continent. If others know that we are ganging up on Yi Xian, won't we become the laughing stock of the world? Big brother is right. Although Yi Xian is the celestial emperor of the celestial court, he dares to come to our Huagua Mountain alone. Just this courage alone is worthy of our respect. If we bully him with numbers, we will only lose face. We cannot do such a thing. The heavenly Ping King was the proudest, and naturally would not do such a thing. He looked at Yi Xian with a hint of admiration. Big brother, second brother, I was just saying. The Snake Devil King was a little embarrassed. He gave a flattering smile and did not say anything else. At this moment, Yi Xian had a smile on his face as he landed on Flower Fruit Mountain. He was only 10 meters away from Bai Hong and the others, and the surrounding demon soldiers faintly surrounded him. From time to time, a trace of cruel killing intent flashed through their eyes as they looked at Yi Xian. The wind was calm, and the clouds were clear. Yi Xian bowed, not showing any fear. He looked at Bai Hong and smiled. Let's not talk about grudges today. This humble Taoist is here to ask for a cup of wine. I wonder if the Ape King is willing to receive this uninvited guest. Bai Hong's expression didn't change as he watched Yi Xian being surrounded by countless demon soldiers and the 72 demon kings spying on him. A trace of admiration flashed through his eyes as he looked at Yi Xian. The East Pole monarch is indeed extraordinary. You dare to come to my Flower Fruit Mountain alone? I must personally pour this cup of wine for you, fellow Taoist. Chapter 293. Please. Bai Hong laughed heartily and made an inviting gesture towards Yi Xian. He even looked around at the demon soldiers and said in a dignified voice, My Huagua Mountain stands in this world and definitely won't bully others with numbers. Today, the Eastern Emperor has come to my Huagua Mountain as a guest. My sons, put away your weapons for me. Don't tell me that you want the Eastern Emperor to laugh at our Huagua Mountain. Yes, your majesty. The countless demon soldiers put away their weapons and made way. Every demon had a proud look on their faces. Although they were demons, they were proud of Huagua Mountain. This scene made Han Guang and the 30,000 celestial generals and soldiers look at each other in shock. However, they all felt a sense of respect for Yi Xian. This was the demeanor of the celestial court's celestial emperor. Whoosh! The water curtain opened. Under the lead of Bai Hong and the others, Yi Xian strode into the water curtain cave. As the water curtain closed, Yi Xian and the demon kings also disappeared. Water Curtain Cave. This was a paradise. The spirit chi was like water, and there were auspicious lights in the void. The white jade table was clean and tidy, and there was a dazzling array of spirit fruits and juices. The fragrance constantly wafted out, making one feel as if they had fallen into a paradise. Take a seat. Bai Hong sat at the head of the table. The demon kings of the 72 caves sat on both sides. A few lesser demons carried the white jade table and a brand new praying mat in front of Yi Xian. Fellow Taoist, please take a seat. Bai Hong showed the majesty of a demon king. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the praying mat with a smile on his face. From beginning to end, he did not show any hostility, as if he was a guest in a friend's house. Whoosh! Bai Hong personally poured a cup of wine and pushed it towards Yi Xian through the air. The other side of the room was slightly distorted, and the faint sound of an explosion could be heard. Pop! Yi Xian's fingers moved like a shuttle as he received the wine cup in his hand. The wine in the cup didn't sway at all, causing Bai Hong and the other demon kings to secretly nod their heads. They knew that Yi Xian also had great abilities. Fellow Taoist, this king offers you a toast. Bai Hong raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. The other demon kings naturally followed suit. Yi Xian did not stand on ceremony and drained his cup as well. Brewed with spirit fruits, the aroma of the wine is mellow. This is indeed a good wine. Yi Xian exclaimed in admiration. He picked up the white jade jug and poured himself another cup of wine as if there was no one around. Then, he leisurely drank the wine in the cup. This caused Bai Hong and the others to narrow their eyes slightly. They didn't know what Yi Xian was up to. Fellow Daoist, if it were any other time, I would be willing to befriend you given your courage today. Unfortunately, you are the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Court. We can't be friends, Bai Hong said calmly. Yi Xian, I'll cut to the chase. The reason why we're treating you with respect today is because our Huagua Mountain does not wish to bully you with numbers. After you leave today, the next time we meet will be the day of your death. The Purple Dragon King hated immortals the most. Therefore, he tore off all pretenses. Purple Dragon King, your real name is Ao Qing, the Crown Prince of the Southern Seas Dragon Palace. When you were young, you broke the 9 revolving glaze lamp given by the Jade Emperor due to your mischievous nature. You should have gone up the dragon-slaying platform. However, because of the protection of the Southern Seas Dragon King, you secretly let him go. As a result, the Southern Seas Dragon King was punished by the Jade Emperor and was suppressed in the eye of the Southern Seas, where he was tortured by the extreme cold fire day and night. Yi Xian took a sip of the wine in his cup. His voice was calm and emotionless. However, the Purple Dragon King's eyes were bloodshot. That extremely horrifying all-heaven immortal light was even causing the void to crumble. You. The Purple Dragon King gripped his fists tightly and stood up slowly. The way he looked at Yi Xian was filled with an extremely horrifying killing intent. But it was a pity that Yi Xian ignored the rage of the Purple Dragon King. He chuckled and continued, even though the Southern Seas Dragon King was eager to protect his son and was willing to be tortured in the eye of the Southern Seas, you were hunted down by the Celestial soldiers and Celestial generals. It was only after you entered the Huagua Mountain that you managed to survive. I've got to say that you're extremely intelligent. Under the power of hatred, you managed to become an all-heaven Xian immortal in just a few tens of thousands of years. But, it's a pity that as a son, you couldn't save your old father. This is also the reason why you have an immense hatred for the Celestial Court in your heart. As Yi Xian said this, his lips curled into a cold smirk as he looked at the Purple Dragon King. His voice was strange, Ao Qing, am I right? I'll kill you. Roar. A dragon's roar pierced through the heavens as flames blazed. The moment Yi Xian exposed the past of the Purple Dragon King, the Purple Dragon King went completely berserk. A pair of horrifying dragon claws appeared as he was about to strike out at Yi Xian. Third brother, stop. Suddenly, without waiting for the Purple Dragon King to strike, Bai Hong's face darkened as he shouted out. This caused the Purple Dragon King to hold his breath. Turning around to look at Bai Hong, he said with bloodshot eyes, Big brother, he's a bastard from the Celestial Court. Why do we have to waste our breath on him? I don't need anyone else's help. Insolent. Bai Hong smashed the table in front of him into pieces as the horrifying golden light of all heaven erupted. This caused the Purple Dragon King's face to change slightly as he knew that his big brother was angry. He could only glare at Yi Xian hatefully before returning to his seat. Yi Dao Yu, I respect you as a person. I can spare your life today. However, the next time we meet, you'll be an enemy of the Flower Fruit Mountain. You can leave now. Bai Hong's face darkened as he ordered Yi Xian to leave. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not move as he gulped down the wine in his cup. He looked at Bai Hong with a strange look in his eyes. Bai Hong, one of the 4 spiritual monkeys. Although you have unparalleled talent, you were originally an ordinary monkey of the Flower Fruit Mountain. However, the fighting divine Buddha could not bear to see the Flower Fruit Mountain wither away. Hence, he bestowed upon him the 72 earthly fiend transformations and various divine skills. That's how you became an all-heaven golden immortal. Your biggest wish in life is to protect the Flower Fruit Mountain so that the Flower Fruit Mountain can continue to exist forever. Am I right, brother Bai Hong? Yi Xian spoke with fervor and assurance. At this moment, Bai Hong squinted his eyes as a terrifying cold light flashed across his eyes. The golden light of all heaven around him became slightly chaotic. After a few moments, Bai Hong gradually regained his composure. Yi Xian, do you think that I won't kill you today because of my reputation? Bai Hong said coldly. Ha! Yi Xian laughed loudly and said in a strange voice, No, 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 brother Bai Hong, you misunderstood me. Let's not talk about whether you can kill me first. I'm just reminding you that although the Flower Fruit Mountain has the demon kings of the 72 caves and billions of demon soldiers, you should know that this is only because the Celestial Court is complicated. If the Celestial Court really wants to destroy the Flower Fruit Mountain, you won't even have a chance to resist. What a joke. My brother is an all-heaven golden immortal. Unless the 3 celestial emperors of the Celestial Court take action, who can destroy the Flower Fruit Mountain? Heavenly Rock King said coldly as he looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled coldly and said, the Heavenly Peng King is half human and half demon. He was born from the union of Kong Xian and a mortal woman. If it wasn't for the fact that the various immortals were afraid of Kong Xian's existence, you would have been beaten to death by the great divine ability experts by killing so many immortals. How could you chatter endlessly with me? Chapter 294. Wow! The moment Yi Xian's words landed, not only was the Heavenly Rock King speechless, all the other demon kings looked at each other in shock. None of them had expected the Heavenly Rock King to be Kong Xian's son. Who was Kong Xian? When the heavens and earth were created, Kong Xian was the son of the phoenix and the first peacock in the world. His accompanying mystic skill was the 5-colored godly light. He was also the disciple of Saint Zhuanti of the West and was an unparalleled existence in the 3 realms. He was also the Mahamayuri of Spirit Mountain of the West. He was an existence on par with Duo Bao Rolai. Most of the demon kings knew about the background of the Purple Dragon King. It wasn't surprising that Yi Xian knew about it. However, the background of this Heavenly Rock King had always been a mystery. Now that Yi Xian had revealed it, all the other demon kings were shocked. How did you know? The Heavenly Rock King's face was flushed red. Even his voice was trembling. Clearly, he was shocked that Yi Xian had revealed his background. However, Yi Xian did not reply to the Heavenly Rock King's question. He looked at all the demon kings present and started talking about them. Devil Snake King, the spirit beast of Old Mother Een Mountain, Lion Elephant King, the guardian spirit beast of Purple Bamboo Forest. As Yi Xian revealed the background of each and every demon king, the entire water curtain cave fell silent. However, a violent killing intent was coiling around each of the demon kings. The way they looked at Yi Xian was even colder than before. Apart from Bai Hong, who was a native of Mount Huagua, the other monster kings of the 72 caves all had a past that they could not bear to look back on. They had gathered here to claim the mountain as their kings, or rather, they wanted to cut ties with their past. Some of them had killed countless people and entered Huagua Mountain to protect themselves. Some of them were spirit beasts of great immortals who had betrayed them for some reason. There were also those who violated the heavenly laws and were hunted down by the Celestial Court. They could only enter the Flower Fruit Mountain to seek protection. There were also those with terrifying origins like the Heavenly Peng King who were ashamed of their origins and only wanted to be free and unfettered. However, without exception, none of the demon kings were willing to let others know of their past. Coincidentally, Yi Xian had violated their taboo, causing the demon kings of the 72 caves to be filled with killing intent. They wanted to keep Yi Xian in Huagua Mountain. Yi Xian, I don't know how you learned of these secrets, but you should know that you will definitely die today. With the Heavenly Rock King taking the lead, the Amethyst Dragon King followed closely behind. The various demon kings faintly surrounded Yi Xian in the center. That terrifying demonic light pervaded out, causing the water curtain cave to tremble even more violently. At this time, even Bai Hong did not stop them. He looked at Yi Xian with extreme fear in his eyes. Bai Hong was not afraid of Yi Xian's cultivation, but his scheming. Yi Xian's scheming was too terrifying. He had investigated every Monster King thoroughly, which also showed that Yi Xian knew the weaknesses of every Monster King. If this person was allowed to leave and spread these secrets to the outside world, it would cause an unimaginable disaster to Mount Huagua. Ha ha ha. Yi Xian slowly stood up with a smile on his face. However, his smile was strange and unpredictable. He looked around at the Monster Kings of the 72 caves and said calmly, "I don't know if you have heard of this saying, don't take on porcelain work if you don't have a diamond. Although my cultivation is only in the realm of Tai, I'm not someone who can be killed at will." Buzz. Yi Xian's smile disappeared. When he waved his hand, the sky-shaking divine bow suddenly appeared in his hand. The terrifying witchcraft light spread out, and the distorted void collapsed inch by inch. An unimaginable murderous aura spread out around Yi Xian. Arrow. The two simple words made people's eardrums buzz, and a chill rose in their hearts. Yi Xian pulled the bowstring, and the sun-shooting divine arrow quietly appeared in his hand. When the bow and arrow in Yi Xian's hand released an unimaginable power, the 72 Monster Kings' expressions changed greatly. Sky-shaking divine bow and sun-shooting divine arrow. Bai Hong suddenly stood up, and his breath stopped at this moment. He looked at the bow and arrow with an extremely sinister look in his eyes. His body was surrounded by a terrifying golden light, which showed how turbulent his mind was. The bow and arrow shocked the three realms. In the distant past, the great ancient sorcerer shot down the 9 golden crows with a bow and arrow. Even though countless years had passed, this legend had been passed down in the three realms for a long time. Yi Xian had always been walking on thin ice on the road to the 9 heavens. He would never put himself in danger. Yi Xian knew better than anyone how terrifying the 72 Monster Kings of the 72 caves were. If he didn't have some trump cards, he wouldn't have dared to face them alone. The bow and arrow were one of his trump cards. It should be known that with his cultivation of primordial unity golden immortal, he could only shoot 2 arrows. After that, he would be weakened. However, these 2 arrows could take the lives of several Monster Kings. If he only shot 1 arrow with all his strength, perhaps even Bai Hong, an all-heaven golden immortal, would be in danger. None of the Monster Kings present were stupid. Even if they hadn't seen the bow and arrow, they had heard of the legend of each shooting the sun-shooting divine arrow. When they felt the power of the bow and arrow, their anger calmed down. Good, good, good. The East Emperor is indeed unpredictable. I've learned a lot. Bai Hong sneered. Then he looked at the Monster Kings and said, "Brothers, you may leave." As Bai Hong's words fell, the Monster Kings withdrew their auras. However, they still looked at Yi Xian with murderous eyes. Obviously, Yi Xian was on their must-kill list. The bow and arrow disappeared. Yi Xian regained his composure. Bai Hong sat down again. However, there was a strange look in his eyes when he looked at Yi Xian. He said, "Fellow Taoist, I don't believe that you came here just to reveal our origins. What is your purpose?" As the saying goes, straightforward people don't resort to insinuations. Bai Hong was also a smart person. He went straight to the point and didn't want to feign civility with Yi Xian. Good. Yi Xian nodded slowly. He didn't waste any more words and went straight to the point. I'm sure you all already know that I've come here on the Jade Emperor's orders to conquer Mount Huagua. However, I'm not a person who enjoys bloodshed. I hope to turn hostility into friendship and have you all submit to me, Yi Xian said frankly. Silence. Silence. A deathly silence. As Yi Xian revealed his goal, the entire cave became deathly silent. However, the gazes of the demon kings towards Yi Xian were filled with astonishment. After a dozen seconds, the Amethyst Dragon King laughed maniacally as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Yi Xian, are you crazy, or are we crazy? The Amethyst Dragon King laughed maniacally. Let's not talk about you being the East Emperor of the Celestial Court. Even if the Jade Emperor himself came, how could he make us submit? The heavenly Peng King sneered in agreement. Chapter 295. Yi Dao Yu, do you think that you can defeat us just because you have the divine artifact of the Magi? Bai Hong narrowed his eyes as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. He looked at Yi Xian with disdain. It was no wonder that Bai Hong found it laughable. Yi Xian's words were too arrogant. One had to know that his Mount Huagua had hundreds of millions of demon soldiers and 72 demon kings. Unless the Celestial Court sent Daoyuo Jingxian, it would be a huge joke to make them surrender. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not feel the slightest bit of disdain from the demon kings. Since he wanted to subdue Mount Huagua, he naturally had a certain level of confidence. Fellow Daoist Bai Hong, although you are the #1 demon king of Mount Huagua, you alone cannot represent the entire Mount Huagua. Even if you are unwilling to submit to me, it does not mean that the other demon kings are the same, Yi Xian said calmly. Ha! Bai Hong laughed maniacally as if he had heard the funniest joke. After 10 breaths of time, Bai Hong's smile disappeared and he said with a cold expression, previously, I thought that you had some means, but now it seems that you are just an ignorant child. Ask my brothers, which one of them is willing to submit to the Celestial Court? Looking at Bai Hong's unruly smile, Yi Xian smiled strangely and slowly shook his head, no, no, no. Fellow Daoist Bai, you have misunderstood. You want to submit to me, Yi Xian, and not the Celestial Court. There is a fundamental difference. Hearing Yi Xian's words, all the demon kings present were stunned. A trace of astonishment flashed through their eyes as they looked at Yi Xian. They never thought that Yi Xian's ambition would be so great that he actually wanted to subdue them for his use. So you're also a person with wild ambitions. Unfortunately, your ambitions are only a joke in the eyes of this king. No matter how glib your tongue is, it's unable to shake our minds. Bai Hong sneered. At this moment, the smile on Yi Xian's face disappeared. He glanced at the other demon kings and when he saw the Amethyst Dragon King, he cast a deep glance at him. His gaze startled the Amethyst Dragon King as a look of contemplation flashed past his eyes. Suddenly, the Amethyst Dragon King felt suffocated, as if he could feel the meaning in Yi Xian's eyes. This made him unconsciously lower his head, but his fists were slightly clenched, proving that his heart was not calm at all. This scene naturally didn't attract the attention of Bai Hong and the others because everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Xian. Fellow Daoist Bai Hong, I've already said what I need to say. Fellow Daoist, you can consider it carefully. This time, I'm not here to fight with all of you. I just want to be neighbors with Huagua Mountain. Goodbye. Yi Xian lightly smiled. Under the astonished gazes of Bai Hong and the others, he floated away. Yi Xian came and left quickly, but the demon kings' faces were uncertain. Obviously, they didn't know if they should let Yi Xian leave. Big brother, Yi Xian can't be left alive. Even if he has the sorcerer tribe's divine weapon, it won't be difficult for us to kill him if we join forces. The Snake Demon King said in a low voice. That's right. Yi Xian is too cunning. If he were to announce our identities to the public, I'm afraid that our former enemies will definitely join forces to find him. The Lion Elephant King said in a gloomy voice. As the two of them spoke, many demon kings agreed. Obviously, they all wanted to kill Yi Xian. This was the only way to make them feel at ease. Bai Hong frowned. Obviously, he was also considering the request of his brothers. A hint of killing intent flashed past his eyes. Let him leave. Suddenly, without waiting for Bai Hong to make a decision, the Purple Dragon King, who wanted nothing more than to kill Yi Xian, actually retorted. This caused all the demon kings to be stunned as they looked at the Purple Dragon King with puzzlement. At this moment, the Amethyst Dragon King said calmly, Yi Xian is the East Emperor of the Celestial Court. This time, he was ordered to attack our Huagua Mountain. Obviously, he doesn't want to fight with us. If we really kill him, we will definitely incur the wrath of the Celestial Court. If the Daluo Jingxian attacks, how can we resist? Why don't we let him go? Since he doesn't want to fight with us, this is a good thing for our Huagua Mountain. Yes, third brother is right. Bai Hong nodded slowly. It was related to the safety of Huagua Mountain. He naturally agreed with the Amethyst Dragon King's words. However, Bai Hong and the other demon kings did not see that the Amethyst Dragon King's eyes had a hint of guilt. It was just that this guilt was quietly hidden by him. When Yi Xian returned safely, the 30,000 celestial soldiers and generals were shocked. Han Guang was even more concerned about Yi Xian's well-being. He was extremely respectful of Yi Xian. However, when Yi Xian issued an order, Han Guang and the 30,000 celestial soldiers and generals were stunned speechless. There was no other reason. Yi Xian's order was very simple. He directly ordered Han Guang to set up camp 1,000,000 miles away from Huagua Mountain. He said that he wanted to stay there for a long time. Yi Xian's order was too strange. Not only did he not attack Huagua Mountain, but he also wanted to be its neighbor. This simply overturned everyone's worldview. No one knew what the East Emperor wanted to do. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's will was not to be disobeyed. Han Guang could only follow Yi Xian's orders and build the Luoyun Mountain 1,000,000 miles away into their base. The 30,000 celestial soldiers and generals also took root there. In just a day, the 30,000 celestial soldiers and generals built up rows of pavilions and palaces. A mountain-protecting array was also taking shape. The Luoyun Mountain had been turned into a vast Dao field. It was also at this time that Yi Xian issued another order. He forbade the celestial soldiers and generals from fighting with the demons of Huagua Mountain. He also issued a dermic decree to the outside world that all demons of Huagua Mountain could come to Luoyun Mountain to listen to his teachings. Of course, Yi Xian's series of actions had reached Bai Hong's ears. However, Bai Hong simply allowed Yi Xian to set up camp on Luoyun Mountain. He only treated it as a joke. In the end, the lower realms could not compare to the prosperity of the Celestial Court. Bai Hong truly did not believe that Yi Xian could continue to set up camp on Luoyun Mountain and not return to the Celestial Court. Even if Yi Xian could stay in the lower realms for a long time, the 30,000 celestial soldiers and generals would be in constant company with demons. Their morale would probably be shaken and they would definitely cause some trouble. Unfortunately, Bai Hong did not understand Yi Xian, nor did he know how terrifying Yi Xian's methods were. In the beginning, the celestial soldiers and generals still listened to Yi Xian's orders. However, as time passed, some of the celestial soldiers and generals began to become dissatisfied as Bai Hong had expected. Some of the celestial soldiers even killed some of the smaller demons when they had nothing to do. Before Huagua Mountain could make things difficult for Yi Xian used thunderous methods and directly killed these disobedient celestial soldiers and generals. In an instant, the celestial soldiers and generals became much more obedient. No one dared to disobey Yi Xian's will anymore. However, they were secretly dissatisfied with him and even called Yi Xian a tyrant. On the other hand, the smaller demons of Huagua Mountain had a drastic change in their impression of Yi Xian. Their hostility towards Yi Xian also quietly dissipated. This subtle change was quietly spreading with the passage of time. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Time was the most heartless. It could also form a habit for all living things. When the 30,000 celestial soldiers and generals no longer had any conflict with the demons of Huagua Mountain, the countless demons also got used to the existence of the celestial soldiers and generals. Huagua Mountain also returned to its peaceful days of the past. The demons were ferocious and unruly, but they were also curious. When they realized that the celestial soldiers and generals would not attack them, some of the bolder demons even took pleasure in teasing the celestial soldiers and generals. In the past 10 years, the celestial soldiers and generals could be said to have suffered unspeakable hardships. They had to be teased by the demons all day long and didn't dare to retaliate from time to time. This also made them increasingly dissatisfied with Yi Xian. Unfortunately, they could only endure their dissatisfaction. This was because Yi Xian had personally destroyed countless celestial soldiers. Under the threat of death, they could only swallow their anger. Although Bai Hong had once issued an order not to allow the demons of Huagua Mountain to go to Falling Cloud Mountain, there were hundreds of millions of demon soldiers on Huagua Mountain. How could Bai Hong manage so many demons? As for Yi Xian's Tao teachings at Falling Cloud Mountain, some of the bolder demons secretly spied on him. When they realized that Yi Xian didn't chase them away and instead kindly explained the Tao of cultivation to them, these bolder demons entered the dojo and listened to Yi Xian's teachings obsessively. They were even more grateful to Yi Xian. It had to be said that these lesser demons didn't have any cultivation methods. As time passed, they could only rely on their instincts to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to improve their cultivation. But now that Yi Xian had given them a cultivation method, their cultivation naturally improved greatly. Almost every day, they would enter Falling Cloud Mountain to listen to Yi Xian's teachings. At the beginning of the world, all living things had spirits. Even demons had the desire to improve. When some of the lesser demons' cultivation improved greatly, the other demons naturally learned the truth of their companions' rapid improvements. They all snuck into Falling Cloud Mountain to listen to Yi Xian's teachings. In a short period of time, the demons of Falling Cloud Mountain were entrenched. It could be said that tens of thousands of demons came to pay a visit. All of them knew that the East Emperor didn't discriminate in his teachings and wouldn't harm them. This caused Falling Cloud Mountain to become a holy land in the eyes of many demons. This matter naturally reached the ears of the monster kings of the 72 grottos. However, when they saw that the lesser demons under their command had improved greatly in their cultivation, they turned a blind eye and allowed their subordinates to go to Falling Cloud Mountain. Another 10 years passed. Yi Xian had stayed in Mount Huagua for 20 years. During this time, outside of cultivation, he taught a large number of demons. From time to time, he would drink and chat with the other monarchs as if they had become a family. Bai Hong's expression darkened when he found out about this. He knew that Yi Xian wasn't so kind-hearted. However, he didn't understand why Yi Xian would do such a thing. Did he think that by buying people's hearts, he could subdue Mount Huagua without shedding a single drop of blood? Wasn't this the biggest joke in the world? Keep in mind that as long as the 72 monarchs were in Mount Huagua, the hundreds of millions of demon soldiers would follow their lead. No matter how Yi Xian tried to buy people's hearts, it would all be for naught. Bai Hong firmly believed in this logic. Since ancient times, immortals and demons had never coexisted. This was a difference in the level of life, destined to be enemies and not friends. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Yi Xian came from a city in the mortal world. He was a master of the human heart, and buying people's hearts was only the first step. Violet Dragon Peak. Violet Dragon King Ao Qing's training ground was 1,000,000 miles away from Falling Cloud Mountain. In the past 20 years, the Violet Dragon King had recovered from his injuries from the battle with Neza and had once again regained his overarching Heaven Xian Immortal cultivation base. However, during these 20 years, the Violet Dragon King had never forgotten the deep look in Yi Xian's eyes. He understood the meaning in Yi Xian's eyes and couldn't sleep. He tossed and turned in bed day and night, wondering if he should meet Yi Xian. Violet Dragon Peak. Ao Qing looked at the sea of clouds in the distance, his fists slightly clenched. His eyes drifted, and his carefree days in the South Sea Dragon Palace kept replaying in his mind. Father, I've never forgotten the difficulties you suffered for me. Please wait a little longer, just a little longer. Ao Qing slowly inhaled and exhaled. His drifting eyes focused, and a hint of decisiveness flashed in his eyes. His body suddenly became illusory and quietly disappeared from Violet Dragon Peak. Chapter 296. The night was as deep as water. The stars in the sky rumbled as they revolved, and a dazzling river of stars traversed the sky. The numerous stars twinkled faintly within the river of stars, and the starlight that poured down illuminated the earthly immortal realm, causing it to be peerlessly beautiful and mysterious. Falling Cloud Mountain, East Palace. The extreme East Palace was named after Yi Xian's emperor title. Without his permission, no one was allowed to enter. However, today, the extreme East Palace welcomed a guest. The Amethyst Dragon King, Ao Qing. Yi Xian had given Ao Qing 20 years of time. He had patiently waited for 20 years and was even more convinced that Ao Qing would come to see him. Reality proved that Yi Xian was right. The Amethyst Dragon King was standing before him, looking at him with a complicated gaze. I thought you would only come looking for me after 100 years, but only 20 years have passed. It seems that you can't wait any longer, Yi Xian said with a smile, his hands behind his back. Yi Xian, can you really help me save my father? Ao Qing's voice was low, but if one listened carefully, they would discover that his voice was trembling. It was proof of how excited he was. I am one of the 4 celestial emperors of the celestial court. I want to free the South Sea Dragon King and reunite you and your father. This is a very simple matter for me, Yi Xian said with a smile. Please save my father, Celestial Emperor. Ao Qing will never forget your kindness. Ao Qing bowed, lowering himself to the extreme. He knew that Yi Xian was not lying. He was a Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Court. As long as he said the word, his father would no longer be tortured. Yi Xian looked at Ao Qing, who was no longer as arrogant as before and had a respectful and courteous expression. He suddenly smiled and said, Ao Qing, in this world, there are only gains and losses. I can let you and your father reunite, and what can you do for me? Ao Qing raised his head, a bitter look on his face. Of course, he knew that Yi Xian would not help him for no reason. Since he had come here, he was already mentally prepared. Emperor, it's impossible for you to subdue Mount Huagua. Bai Hong is an all-heaven golden immortal and has a deep relationship with the divine fighting Buddha. Even if I'm willing to help you, it's just a drop in the bucket, Ao Qing said bluntly. You don't have to worry about that. I have my own decisions. I just need you to lend me a hand at a critical moment. That will be enough. Of course, before you help me, I will save the South Sea Dragon King first. That is my sincerity to you, Yi Xian smiled, but there was a strange look in his eyes. No one knew what the Violet Dragon King Ao Qing and Yi Xian were talking about in the middle of the night. At the first glimmer of dawn, Ao Qing quietly disappeared from the extreme East Palace. Within the East Pole Palace, Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Ao Qing's departing figure. A cruel smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Bai Hong, you're really funny. You use your so-called brotherhood to lead Mount Huagua, but you don't know that the cheapest thing in the world is brotherhood. You've never considered what they want. In the face of true benefits, your so-called brothers will let you know the true cruelty of human nature. Celestial Court, Lingxiao Hall. Thousands of rays of auspicious light shone brilliantly. The Jade Emperor sat on his throne, the immortals flanking him. However, everyone's expression was somewhat gloomy, making the atmosphere in the Lingxiao Hall even more oppressive. A full 20 years had passed. Yi Xian's actions were naturally known to the immortals of the Celestial Court. He was neighbors with demons, did not fight or kill, and was even on good terms with the demon kings. This completely overturned the Jade Emperor's and the immortals' worldview. Your Majesty, the East Pole Emperor is too daring. Not only did he not follow your Majesty's orders, he even befriended demons in the lower realm. I implore your majesty to punish him. That's right. Right now, the entire three realms are mocking our celestial court for being useless. The so-called East Pole Emperor is even afraid of the demons of Mount Huagua. Our celestial court's reputation has long been tarnished. If we don't punish the East Pole Emperor, our celestial court's prestige will plummet. Two immortal officials stepped out from the crowd, their words extremely intense. I second that. I second that as well. The Chan School's immortals stepped out one after another. Clearly, Yi Xian's actions had already displeased the Chan School immortals. What a joke. Zhao Gongming walked out and bowed to the Jade Emperor, saying, Your Majesty is wise. The East Pole Emperor definitely has his own plans. Perhaps it's just that the time isn't right, so he's just temporarily enduring. As Zhao Gongming took the lead to speak, the other immortals of the Chan School also rushed to agree. This also caused the Chan School and Jia School to be at odds with the Celestial Court. For a moment, there was a strong smell of gunpowder. The Jade Emperor, the master of the three realms, had a terrible expression on his face right now. He wanted nothing more than to kill Yi Xian. He could not understand why the trash of Mount Huagua did not kill Yi Xian. Instead, they allowed Yi Xian to be their neighbor. Your Majesty, just as the Jade Emperor was about to speak, a figure appeared silently in the Lingxiao Hall. Instantly, the Jade Emperor's words stopped, and the immortals fell silent. Greetings, East Pole Emperor. Zhao Gongming was the first to snap back to his senses. His face was filled with joy as he bowed to Yi Xian. This caused the immortals of the Chan School to bow to him as well. Yi Xian, dressed in a green emperor's robe, stood in the Lingxiao Hall. He first nodded to Zhao Gongming, then looked at the two immortal officials and said calmly, Are the two of you the ones who want to punish me? Yi Xian's appearance caused the two immortal officials' faces to turn pale. However, the two of them were censors of the Celestial Court and immortals of the Chan School. If they showed fear, wouldn't it be embarrassing for the Chan School? Furthermore, the two of them did not believe that Yi Xian could do anything to them in the Lingxiao Hall with the Jade Emperor and the other immortals beside him. Yi Xian, His Majesty asked you to go down to the lower realm to eliminate demons. Instead, you are stationed in the Huagua Mountain and associate yourself with demons all day long. This is simply ruining the reputation of the Celestial Court. As censors of the Celestial Court, we naturally have to set things right and uphold justice. That's right. Yi Xian, since you have returned to the Celestial Court, you can explain to His Majesty why you associate yourself with demons and disobey His Majesty's orders to eliminate demons. The two immortal officials spoke with confidence and assurance. However, they did not notice the cold murderous intent in Yi Xian's eyes. Bang! Without even a single word of nonsense, Yi Xian struck out with his palm right in front of the immortals and the Jade Emperor in the Lingxiao Hall, instantly turning the two immortal officials into dregs and even causing their souls to scatter and die. Little immortal officials, how dare you be disrespectful to your Majesty? You are courting death. Yi Xian's voice was sinister, causing the entire Lingxiao Hall to feel extremely oppressed. Yi Xian, how dare you kill immortals of the Celestial Court in the Lingxiao Hall? Grand Preceptor Wen was furious and reprimanded loudly. However, what he received was Yi Xian's cold gaze. I am the East Emperor of the Celestial Court. I have the power of life and death. Even if you are Grand Preceptor Wen, not to mention two mere immortal officials, you have disrespected your Majesty. There is nothing wrong with killing you. Yi Xian said coldly. You. Chapter 297. Grand Preceptor Wen's expression changed. Only then did he remember that Yi Xian was the East Emperor. Although he wasn't as strong as Daoyuo Jingxian, he was a supreme existence in the Celestial Court. Alright, the two celestial officials offended their superiors. It's understandable that the East Emperor killed them. Let's end this here. Although the Jade Emperor couldn't wait to kill Yi Xian, an emperor was an emperor. He wasn't someone anyone could slander. This was also the etiquette of the celestial court. If everyone offended their superiors, wouldn't he be the Jade Emperor in name only? East Emperor, why did you return to the celestial court instead of subduing demons in the lower realm? The Jade Emperor asked in a dignified manner. Hearing the Jade Emperor's words, Yi Xian smiled and directly stated his purpose for returning to the celestial court. I've heard that the South Sea Dragon King's ability to summon clouds and summon rain is extremely impressive. I hope that the Jade Emperor can ask the South Sea Dragon King to lend me a hand when I return to the celestial court. The South Sea Dragon King. The Jade Emperor's expression froze as his eyes gradually narrowed. A trace of doubt flashed through his eyes as he looked at Yi Xian. The South Sea Dragon King violated the heavenly rules. He's a sinner. Why don't the East Emperor choose someone else? I can give the East Sea Dragon King a decree to help you destroy Mount Huagua, the Jade Emperor said. Although the East Sea Dragon King's ability to summon clouds and summon rain is extremely impressive, he's a water dragon. The South Sea Dragon King's fire divine ability is very useful to me. I hope that the Jade Emperor can fulfill my wish, Yi Xian said. The Jade Emperor was hesitant about Yi Xian's request. However, before he could make a decision, Zhao Gongming and the others all spoke up. This made it difficult for him to reject, so he could only agree to Yi Xian's request. After all, the Jade Emperor had only given Yi Xian 30,000 heavenly soldiers. If he could not even agree to such a simple request, it would be too obvious that he was targeting Yi Xian. He would definitely be criticized. However, the Jade Emperor did not know that the Purple Dragon King was the Crown Prince of the South Sea Dragon Palace. After all, he was in charge of the entire 3 realms. There were 72 demon monarchs in Mount Huagua. He would not investigate them one by one. If the Jade Emperor knew that the Purple Dragon King was the Crown Prince of the South Sea Dragon Palace in the past, he would definitely not agree to Yi Xian's request. Perhaps some people would ask why Yi Xian knew about the relationship between the Amethyst Dragon King and the Southern Sea Dragon King. This was a long story, and it would be explained slowly in the future. The Jade Emperor bestowed a decree, and an immortal official took the decree to the South Sea in the lower realm. 7 days passed. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals brought an old man in ragged clothes into the Lingxiao Hall. The old man knelt in the Lingxiao Hall and kowtowed to the Jade Emperor. Little Dragon Ao Lai of the lower realm greets the Jade Emperor. Ao Lai had a head of fiery hair, and his body was bound by immortal iron chains. His dragon horns were cracked. At that moment, he was kowtowing to the Jade Emperor with tears in his eyes. Ao Lai, you violated the heavenly law in the past. You should have suffered 1,000 generations in the sea eye of the South Sea. However, His Majesty understood the will of the heavens and ordered you to follow the East Pole Emperor to redeem yourself. Hurry up and thank His Majesty, Venus Tai Bai said pretentiously. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ao Lai's tears flowed down his face. He kept kowtowing to the Jade Emperor. East Pole Emperor, the person you want is here. I hope that you can return in triumph soon, the Jade Emperor said sternly. Then, he stood up and left the Lingxiao Hall. He did not look at Ao Lai from beginning to end. The immortals also left one after another. They did not stay in the Lingxiao Hall. Ao Lai, this is the East Pole Emperor. If the Emperor did not speak, you would still be suppressed in the sea eye of the South Sea. Hurry up and thank the Emperor for his kindness, Zhao Gongming said softly. The Dragon King of the South Sea, Ao Lai, did not know who the East Pole Emperor was. He had never heard of such a person in the celestial court. However, he was not stupid. He quickly kowtowed to Yi Xian, thanking Yi Xian for saving him from his misery. You, come with me. Yi Xian looked deeply at Ao Lai. Then, he rode on an auspicious cloud and walked out of the Lingxiao Hall. Ao Lai did not dare to delay. He followed Yi Xian and disappeared from the Lingxiao Hall. Earth God Realm, Falling Cloud Mountain, East Pole Palace. The Purple Dragon King, Ao Qing, was excited. He was pacing back and forth in the East Pole Palace. As Yi Xian had sent a message yesterday, saying that he and his father could be reunited today, he had been waiting here for a long time. However, Yi Xian had not returned. Buzz! Suddenly, a divine light flashed. Yi Xian and the Dragon King of the South Sea appeared in the East Pole Palace. When Ao Qing saw the Dragon King of the South Sea, he clenched his fists tightly. Tears flowed from his eyes uncontrollably. He even knelt before the Dragon King of the South Sea. "Father, I have made you suffer." Ao Qing kept kowtowing. This made the Dragon King of the South Sea weep. He helped Ao Qing up and said in a trembling voice, "It is all thanks to the East Pole Emperor's help. Otherwise, you and I would not be able to see each other again. Thank you, Emperor." Ao Qing bowed to Yi Xian. His eyes were filled with gratitude. It was obvious that Yi Xian had helped him save his father. He would remember this kindness in his heart. Seeing Ao Qing and his father reunited, Yi Xian smiled and said, "You and your father have just been reunited. This emperor will not keep you any longer. Let's drink and chat again in a few days." Ao Qing was stunned when he heard Yi Xian's words. Bitterness flashed through his eyes. He knew what Yi Xian wanted him to do. This was also the condition of their exchange. "Emperor, I will take my leave first. I will definitely pay you a visit in a few days." Ao Qing bowed to Yi Xian again, then left the East Pole Palace with his father. Inside the East Pole Palace. As Ao Qing and his father left, the smile on Yi Xian's face gradually disappeared. A sinister and cold aura emanated from his body. "Emperor, I don't understand. Why did you help him save the South Sea Dragon King and even let them reunite now? Aren't you afraid that Ao Qing will go back on his word?" Zhao Gongming walked out from the shadows with a worried look on his face. It was no wonder that Zhao Gongming was worried about this matter. One had to know that Yi Xian could use the South Sea Dragon King as a bargaining chip to prevent Ao Qing from taking action. But now that the father and son were reunited, it was equivalent to losing the ability to coerce Ao Qing. If the other party were to turn hostile and not recognize him, wouldn't that be a double loss? Hearing Zhao Gongming's worried words, Yi Xian smiled strangely and said, "This emperor has allowed them to reunite. This shows that this emperor is open and aboveboard. This also shows this emperor's sincerity. As for what Ao Qing's choice will be, that will be up to him. Emperor, I have to remind you. Although you helped Ao Qing save the South Sea Dragon King and he is grateful to you, I'm afraid he won't betray Bai Hong." Zhao Gongming's expression turned solemn as he continued, "In the past, Ao Qing was being chased by celestial soldiers and celestial generals. He fled all the way to Mount Huagua. It was Bai Hong who killed all the celestial soldiers and took him into Mount Huagua. He even nurtured him like a teacher and a father, allowing him to step into the overarching Heaven Xian Immortal realm in just a few 100,000 years. Bai Hong's kindness to him is greater than the heavens. I am certain that Ao Qing will never betray Bai Hong." Chapter 298. He. Yi Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. He didn't answer Zhao Gongming's question, but when he opened his eyes, a hint of mockery flashed through them. Zhao Gongming's heart turned cold as he looked at Yi Xian's strange smile. He didn't say anything else. It was obvious that this emperor of the East Pole wasn't a kind person. He definitely had a way to keep Ao Qing in check. Trust didn't exist. In Yi Xian's standards, the word trust had never existed. Time was like water, passing in the blink of an eye. 3 years had passed. Not only did Ao Qing not pay Yi Xian a visit, but even the South Sea Dragon King was nowhere to be seen. As Zhao Gongming had guessed, although Ao Qin was grateful to Yi Xian for saving his father, it was impossible for him to betray Bai Hong. Ao Qin's attitude explained everything, but Yi Xian wasn't angry at all. He continued to teach the monsters as usual, and even made friends with the monster kings of Mount Huagua. Of the 72 grottos, apart from the top 10 monster kings who never interacted with Yi Xian, the other monster kings frequently visited Yi Xian and even called him brothers. They were as close as family. No one knew why Yi Xian did this, but he sent large amounts of immortal pills, cultivation methods, and spirit treasures to the various monster kings' abodes. Time passed, and the world changed. 80 years passed quietly. Yi Xian had been stationed at Mount Luoyun for 100 years, but his cultivation remained at mid-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal. He hadn't made any progress in this short period of time. On this day, the 9 heavens war drums beat and golden clouds rose. 30,000 heavenly soldiers heard the familiar sound of war drums and were all confused, but they quickly gathered outside the East Emperor Palace. Yi Xian strolled out of the palace, dressed in azure imperial robes. "Where is Han Guang?" "Your subordinate is here." Han Guang was puzzled, but he still bowed. "Pass down my decree. Set up the heavenly cycle star formation and seal Huagua Mountain. If any demons resist, kill them." Following Yi Xian's order, not only was Han Guang stunned, but even the 30,000 celestial generals and celestial soldiers were speechless. After all, they had been working with demons for the past 100 years and had almost forgotten their mission. However, Han Guang did not dare to disobey Yi Xian's orders. He led 30,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals away on a cloud and set up the heavenly cycle star formation in the sky above Mount Huagua, sealing off the area. In the endless sky, golden light covered the sky. The rumbling war drums were beating, causing the demons of Huagua Mountain to be completely confused. They did not know what these heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were doing. At the peak of Luoyun Mountain, Yi Xian took a step forward, and a black cloud rose from beneath his feet as he shot towards Flower Fruit Mountain. At the same time, inside the water curtain cave of Flower Fruit Mountain, Bai Hong sneered. His eyes could see through all illusions. Naturally, he saw the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals standing in the sky and setting up the heavenly cycle star formation that he was familiar with. He knew that Yi Xian could no longer hold back and was finally going to fall out with him today. "Big brother." Suddenly, the monster kings of the 72 caves appeared beside Bai Hong. Each of them had a sinister smile on their faces. Clearly, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals' actions had prompted them to rush to the water curtain cave immediately. The East Pole Emperor is finally going to make a move. Let's see what Yi Xian is capable of after enduring for 100 years. Bai Hong sneered and strolled out of the water curtain cave. The 72 monster kings followed closely behind. Clearly, Bai Hong had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Outside the water curtain cave, Yi Xian stood in the void. When he saw Bai Hong and the others walk out, a smile appeared on his face. "Fellow Taoist Bai Hong, 100 years have passed in a flash. I wonder if you have made up your mind and are willing to submit to me?" Yi Xian asked with a smile. At this moment, Bai Hong sneered disdainfully. His body bloomed with all heaven golden light. An iron staff made of an unknown material appeared in his hand. When Bai Hong swung the iron staff, the world around him exploded. The power of an all-heaven golden immortal was extremely terrifying. "Yi Xian, I have to say that I admire your forbearance. But you are really ignorant. Do you think that by buying people's hearts for 100 years, you can disintegrate the bloodline of Mount Huagua and make my brothers betray me?" Bai Hong sneered. "Oh." Yi Xian smiled. A strange look flashed in his eyes. "How do you know that they won't betray you? Do it." All of a sudden, Yi Xian's face was gloomy. His voice echoed between heaven and earth. But an extremely strange thing happened. The monster kings of the 72 caves did not move. A look of disdain appeared on their faces. Yi Xian, do you really think that by giving me some benefits, you can make me betray Big Brother Bai Hong? White Camel King sneered. You are really naive. Big Brother Bai Hong has given me a new lease of life. How can a few spiritual treasures and elixirs make me betray Mount Huagua? Demon Crocodile King sneered. Yi Xian, today is the day you die. White Camel King sneered. He looked at Yi Xian as if he was looking at a dead man. The dozens of demon kings were all people that Yi Xian had been friends with for 100 years. Just the amount of spirit treasures and pills that he'd given them was already calculated in an enormous amount. But now, these demon kings were all ridiculing Yi Xian, and their faces were filled with pride. Yi Xian, my brothers of Mount Huagua are united. How can they betray me? Today is the day you die. Bai Hong sneered. He looked at Yi Xian as if he was looking at an idiot. Rumble. Magus light pierced the sky and distorted the void. A bow and arrow appeared in Yi Xian's hands. He did not waste any time and directly pulled the bowstring. The terrifying sun-slaying divine arrow bloomed with the power to destroy immortals and gods. Yi Xian, I am not Yang Jian. Even if you have a bow and arrow in hand, you are only a primordial unity golden immortal. Today, I will kill you here. Remember not to be enemies with Mount Huagua in your next life. Take this. Bai Hong roared. As an all-heaven golden immortal, he had many great divine abilities such as the 72 earthly fiend transformations. Even if Yi Xian had a bow and arrow in hand, he was not afraid at all. Rumble. The iron cudgel swung in the sky, causing the world to explode. The terrifying golden light of all heaven covered the sky, making Bai Hong look majestic. He swung the iron cudgel violently at Yi Xian. Clearly, he wanted to kill Yi Xian today. Die. Puff. Chi. Bang. Suddenly. An extremely strange thing happened. The iron cudgel that was supposed to hit Yi Xian did not come. Instead, a poisonous sword glowing with blue light pierced through Bai Hong's heart. A golden claw pierced through Bai Hong's shoulder blade. A large amount of demonic light violently struck Bai Hong's body, causing him to spit out golden blood. The iron cudgel in his hand also fell to the ground. Such a shocking turn of events caused all the monster kings to be stupefied. The Violet Dragon King Ao Qing's face was even more ghastly pale, because he had seen an unimaginable scene. Chapter 299. Heavenly Peng King's face was ferocious. His sharp claws were ruthlessly twisting Bai Hong's heart. The cold killing intent around him was terrifying. Devil Snake King's triangular eyes were emitting a sinister light. He was slowly pulling out the 3-yin poison immortal sword from Bai Hong's chest. The Lion Elephant King's terrifying fists bombarded the back of Bai Hong's head, causing the back of Bai Hong's head to gradually crack. Golden divine blood slowly flowed out. Not only these three, but Green Dragon King, Giant Deer King, Moving Mountain King, and Devil Scorpion King. A total of 10 demon kings attacked at this moment. They used their most ferocious killing moves on Bai Hong. Instantly, Bai Hong's body was badly damaged. The golden light around him was crumbling inch by inch. At this moment, everything was silent. The world was silent. Many of the demon kings were dumbfounded. Their bodies were trembling uncontrollably. Puff. 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 Golden divine blood flowed out from Bai Hong's mouth. He slowly turned to look at the 8 demon kings. His lifeless eyes imprinted the sinister faces of his 8 brothers into his vision. WH. Why? Why? Why is this happening? Unfortunately, other than Purple Dragon King Ao Qing, the other 8 demon kings did not answer Bai Hong's question. However, a hint of guilt flashed across their eyes. Big brother, you can only blame yourself for being too self-centered. You never considered our future. How can this small flower fruit mountain compare to the vast 3 realms? Heavenly Peng King sneered. Big brother, you should know that I offended old Mother Yin Shan in the past. Although I have been able to cultivate peacefully in Flower Fruit Mountain all these years under your protection, I do not want to be trapped in this place forever. I can only let you down. The Snake Demon King smiled sinisterly. The so-called brotherhood was nothing more than a joke in his eyes. As the two spoke, the other demon kings were cold and emotionless. They no longer had the brotherhood from before. Their eyes were filled with great killing intent when they looked at Bai Hong. The 8 demon kings were all ranked in the top 10 of Flower Fruit Mountain. Each of them had a past that they could not bear to look back on. They also had great divine abilities. They were not something other demon kings could compare to. Yi Xian, on the other hand, seemed to have cut off all contact with the 8 demon kings over the past 100 years, but in fact, he had already secretly subdued them. To Yi Xian, what brotherhood? What life and death together? These were all jokes. Whether it was a human or a demon, as long as they had emotions and desires, they would have their own weaknesses. As long as these weaknesses were grasped, even blood brothers could turn against each other and become enemies. As for Yi Xian, he grasped the weaknesses of the 8 demon kings and was able to give them what they wanted. This also caused the 8 demon kings to rebel against Bai Hong and give him a fatal blow at this critical moment. Take the Heavenly Rock King for example. He was Kong Xian's son, but he was of humble birth, the child of Kong Xian and a mortal woman. What did the Heavenly Peng King care about the most? What he cared about the most was his birth. Yi Xian gave him an honorable birth and conferred him the title of Guardian of the Celestial Court. Although it was just an empty promise, Yi Xian was the Celestial Lord of the Celestial Court. It was just an empty title, so he could make the decision. Snake Fiend King was a spirit beast under Old Mother Yin Shan. He was pursued by Old Mother Yin Shan because he had an affair with a fairy. Although Flower Fruit Mountain was a blessed land, where would there be fairies and demonesses for him to indulge in? He had always yearned for the outside world, but with the threat of Old Mother Yin Shan, he could only hole up in Flower Fruit Mountain. But how could Snake Fiend King be willing? Yi Xian personally visited Old Mother Yin Shan. Old Mother Yin Shan did not give face to Yi Xian because he was the Celestial Lord of the Celestial Court. She still had to give him face. This also resolved Snake Fiend King's long-standing problem. With Yi Xian's many promises, Snake Fiend King was naturally subdued. As for the other demon kings, some were threatened by their relatives, while others were lured by treasures. Yi Xian had used all means to subdue them in the past 100 years. As for the dozens of demon kings, Yi Xian seemed to be on good terms with them, and even gave them so-called immortal pills and treasures. But in reality, it was just to confuse Bai Hong and create an opportunity for the 8 demon kings to kill him. Yi Xian was a person who would never place himself in danger. Although he had a bow, arrows, and sky destroyer halberd in hand, an all-heaven golden immortal was still an all-heaven golden immortal. Yi Xian was not stupid enough to risk his life with Bai Hong. Yi Xian's biggest goal was not only to subdue Flower Fruit Mountain, but also to devour Bai Hong's cultivation. An all-heaven golden immortal. If he were to devour Bai Hong's cultivation, Yi Xian was extremely sure that his own cultivation would increase by a terrifying amount, and breaking into the all-heaven realm would be extremely easy. At this moment, Yi Xian put away his bow and arrows, and the witchcraft light around him dissipated. A cruel and sinister smile appeared on his face, and he looked at Bai Hong with extreme pity. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Bai Hong, my friend, you are really pitiful and sad. Yi Xian walked slowly in the void until he came to Bai Hong's side, and a cold look appeared on his face. Why? Why is this? Bai Hong was bathed in blood, and he was in a daze. Obviously, he could not believe that his most trusted brothers would join forces with Yi Xian to kill him. Why? Yi Xian smiled calmly and said, "The reason is simple. You only wanted to defend Flower Fruit Mountain to your death. You never thought about the future of your brothers, and you don't know what they really want. And I can give them exactly what they want. This is the reason for your failure. Yi Xian, I'll kill you." Bai Hong's eyes focused and he let out a shrill roar. Tears of blood appeared in his eyes. He wanted to pick up the iron staff, but the combined attack of the 8 demon kings had already caused him to be seriously injured. He could not even use a trace of demonic power in his body. "Kill him." Yi Xian calmly spoke, causing the 8 demon kings to emit a terrifying demonic light. They were condensing a great killing technique to kill Bai Hong in one fell swoop. Since the 8 demon kings had already made their move, they knew that there was no turning back. As the saying goes, if you cut the grass without removing the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. They could not let Bai Hong escape this place alive. Only by completely killing him could they truly be at ease. "Big brother, I'm sorry. You can die now." Snake Demon King attacked first, and a 3-yin poison immortal sword ruthlessly pierced towards Bai Hong's forehead. It seemed that he wanted to destroy Bai Hong's primordial spirit. There was no brotherhood at all. "Big brother, I've let you down." Heavenly Peng King followed closely behind. As a middle stage all-heaven Xian immortal, he was the strongest person besides Bai Hong. When he struck out with his palm, the void distorted, and the all-heaven immortal light destroyed everything in its path. "You bunch of traitors!" Bai Hong roared ferociously. He wanted nothing more than to kill Heavenly Peng King and the others, but he was powerless to resist. He could only close his eyes and wait for death. Chapter 300. Roar. Tongqian's earth-shaking dragon roar was heard. His dragon body covered the sky and the sun, and the shrill and extreme all-heaven immortal light stirred the endless wind and clouds. His dragon claws collapsed the void and violently attacked the heavenly Rock King and the others. Third brother. Bai Hong's eyes were filled with tears of blood, and a touch of warmth filled his heart. Even though the 8 demon kings had betrayed him, the purple dragon king still stood in front of him at the most critical moment. "Ao Qing, do you want to die?" The heavenly Rock King's face was ferocious. His heavenly rock celestial body appeared, and his golden claws violently stretched out toward Ao Qing. Roar! Roar! Both of them had the blood of dragons and phoenixes in their bodies, and their bodies were extremely tyrannical. This collision caused the void to collapse for millions of miles, and countless small demons were turned into ashes under the terrifying aftershocks of the two. "Big brother, I'll stop them. You run quickly." The purple dragon king roared loudly. The only thing he could do was to help Bai Hong block for a moment and fight for his last chance of survival. At this moment, Yi Xian was calm and indifferent as he watched the purple dragon king block the heavenly Rock King's attack. The other 7 demon kings' faces were ferocious, and their eyes were filled with cold killing intent as they looked at the purple dragon king. Without Yi Xian's command, they had already faintly trapped Bai Hong and the purple dragon king in the center, and their eyes were filled with malicious killing intent as they looked at the two of them. There was no other reason. Today, the 8 demon kings had betrayed Mount Huagua and even injured Bai Hong with their own hands. If this matter spread to the outside world, they would definitely be cursed by all the people in the 3 realms. Whether it was for their own reputation or for the promise to Yi Xian, they had to kill Bai Hong. Only then could this disgraceful matter be concealed. Third brother, as the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. The emperor is a man of great magnanimity. As long as you stop now, it's not too late. "We're still brothers," the snake demon king said coldly, hoping that Ao Qing would stop and not go against them. Third brother, you won't be able to protect Bai Hong for long. Although we aren't overarching heaven Xian immortals, second brother's cultivation is higher than yours. Moreover, with the 7 of us and the emperor by his side, you won't be able to save him, the lion-elephant king growled. You traitors, have you forgotten how Big Brother treated you all these years? If it weren't for Big Brother's protection, you would have been killed by outsiders long ago. How could you have survived until today? The purple dragon King Ao Chang's anger soared to the heavens. His dragon body buzzed violently, and a dragon tail smashed down. This also caused the heavenly Peng King to extend his claws, and another terrifying collision occurred. In response to Ao Chang's scolding, the 8 demon kings' faces darkened. Shame flashed across their eyes. Just as Ao Chang had said, without Bai Hong, they wouldn't be here today. However, since they had already done this today, it meant that there was no way out. The 8 demon monarchs deeply understood that even if they were willing to spare Bai Hong's life, Bai Hong would definitely not let them off once he recovered from his injuries. Everyone, attack together. Today, we'll kill both of them here. The Devil Snake King was the most cold-blooded. He took out the 3-yin poison immortal sword and mercilessly slashed at Bai Hong. The other demon monarchs followed closely behind and immediately joined the battle. How could Ao Chang be a match for the 8 demon monarchs when they joined forces? He blocked Bai Hong behind him as he fought the 8 demon monarchs. For a moment, he was at a disadvantage. His dragon body was covered in blood, and the Tongtian's dragon roar was even more shrill. Earthly Fiend 72 transformations. Roar. Dragon scales surged out, transforming into 72 purple dragons that violently pounced at the 8 demon monarchs. At this critical moment, Ao Chang no longer held back and directly used his strongest divine ability. Earthly Fiend 72 transformations. The heavenly rock king's eagle eyes were malicious. He suddenly looked at the blood-soaked Bai Hong and said in a cold voice, "Big brother, I once begged you to teach me this technique for 10,000 years, but you kept rejecting me. I didn't expect you to teach third brother the 72 earthly fiend transformations." The 72 earthly fiend transformations and the 36 heavenly dipper transformations were both Taoist divine abilities. They were unpredictable and allowed the Amethyst Dragon King to resist the combined attacks of the 8 demon monarchs. What are you all still looking at? Do you really want to watch Big Brother die here in vain? The 72 purple dragons stirred up the wind and clouds, frantically resisting the attacks of the 8 demon monarchs. Ao Chang's main body violently roared at the other demon monarchs, hoping that they would help Bai Hong survive this great calamity. Unfortunately, most of these demon monarchs were primordial unity Xian immortals. The strongest among them was only an early primordial unity golden immortal. When they saw the rebellion of the 8 demon monarchs and Bai Hong's injuries, fear appeared on their faces. If Bai Hong was not seriously injured, these demon monarchs would not sit idly by. After all, Bai Hong was an all-heaven golden immortal. He alone could suppress the rebellion. But now, Bai Hong was powerless and the 8 demon monarchs were much stronger than them. If they really went all out against the 8 demon monarchs, wouldn't they be courting death? Most importantly, Yi Xian was watching from the sidelines. He was the celestial emperor of the celestial court. If he could make the 8 demon monarchs rebel, who knew if he had other tricks up his sleeve? If they really stood on Bai Hong's side and angered Yi Xian, wouldn't they be courting death? The demon monarchs were silent. In this life and death situation, they had finally revealed their true nature. Although the hundreds of millions of demon monarchs had the advantage in numbers, they were only small demons. How could they participate in such a high-level battle? Moreover, Yi Xian had bought the hearts of the demon monarchs over the past 100 years, so the hundreds of millions of demon monarchs did not have much enmity towards Yi Xian. Under such circumstances, Bai Hong and Ao Chang were doomed. After 100 years of planning, they attacked. Yi Xian either didn't do it or did it to the extreme. He would not leave Bai Hong any chance of survival. This was his principle. Bang! 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 The mountains exploded and the void collapsed. The 8 demon monarchs were terrifying. Even if Ao Qing used the 72 earthly fiend transformations, he was no match for the 8 demon monarchs. The 72 purple dragons turned into ashes, and Ao Qing transformed back into his human form, bathed in blood. However, he stubbornly stood in front of Bai Hong, and looked at the 8 great monster kings with eyes filled with extreme anger. All of you, back down. Suddenly. Just as the 8 demon monarchs were about to take a step forward, Yi Xian's calm voice sounded. This startled the 8 demon monarchs, but they still obeyed Yi Xian's orders and did not continue to attack. Thump. 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 Yi Xian slowly walked towards Yi Xian. With every step he took, ripples bloomed in the void. This also made Ao Qing look at Yi Xian with a hint of guilt. Ao Qing, this emperor will give you one last chance. If you kill Bai Hong now, you will still be the purple dragon king of Mount Huagua. I can let you return to the South Sea Dragon Palace and become the new South Sea Dragon King. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Yi Xian, I am very grateful to you for saving my father. Today, I, Ao Qing, have let you down. I will never betray Big Brother Bai Hong. Ao Qing said firmly. Chapter 301. Third brother, leave quickly. They won't let me go. Bai Hong's eyes were filled with tears. He knew that he was going to die today. Ao Qing wanted to protect him, but facing Yi Xian and the 8 monster kings, he was doomed. No one in this world can let me down, and no one can go against my will. Ao Qing, look at who this is. Yi Xian's finger brushed through the air, causing ripples to appear in the air. A ragged old man with 2 horns on his head appeared beside Yi Xian. The immortal iron chains tightly bound him, and he was currently looking around in a daze. Father! Father! When the South Sea Dragon King appeared in Ao Qing's eyes, he was completely stunned on the spot. He couldn't understand why his royal father was clearly on the Violet Dragon Peak and even had the protection of the great formation of the chaotic heaven to prevent Yi Xian from threatening him with the South Sea Dragon King. But what was going on with the South Sea Dragon King that appeared beside Yi Xian? Son, are you looking for me? Suddenly, a figure shot up from Violet Dragon Peak. It was the South Sea Dragon King. However, when the 2 South Sea Dragon Kings appeared in front of Ao Qing, he seemed to understand something. He looked at Yi Xian with eyes full of anger and killing intent. Buzz! The South Sea Dragon King, who had come here from Violet Dragon Peak, smiled strangely. Celestial light surged around him, and he turned into a puppet. With a bang, he disappeared into the air with the wind. Puppet doppelganger technique? Ao Qing's eyes were bloodshot as he spoke. The puppet doppelganger technique was a demonic technique. It gathered the essence blood of the true body to form a doppelganger. The doppelganger had the memories of the true body, and its aura was exactly the same. Even the closest relatives couldn't tell the difference. However, this demonic technique had long been lost in the desolate age. Ao Qing had never imagined that Yi Xian would have such a technique. Son! Son! What? What's going on? The South Sea Dragon King wasn't stupid. When he saw the scene around him, he felt extremely uneasy. He knew that he had fallen into a huge trap. Yi Xian, what do you want? Looking at Yi Xian's strange and cold smile, Ao Qing's entire body shivered, and the eyes he looked at Yi Xian with faintly revealed a trace of fear. Ao Qing was not afraid of Yi Xian's cultivation. What he feared was Yi Xian's methods. This person was too scheming and shrewd. He had been playing with him in the palm of his hand all this time. This was clearly forcing him to make an unimaginable choice. Wang! Suddenly, an immortal sword appeared in Yi Xian's hand. The cold blade was pressed against the South Sea Dragon King's chest. Yi Xian looked at Ao Qing with a sinister glint in his eyes. Didn't I tell you that no one can wrong me, and no one can go against my will? Right now, there are only two choices before you. Either Bai Hong dies, or the South Sea Dragon King dies. As for the choice, it's entirely up to you. When Yi Xian finished speaking, Ao Qing's entire body trembled. He was completely dumbfounded as he knelt powerlessly in the air. Clearly, the choice Yi Xian had given him had put him in a dilemma. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety could not be achieved at the same time. Ao Qing finally understood the meaning of this saying. On one side was Bai Hong, whom he owed a great debt of gratitude to. He was like a master and a father to him. If not for Bai Hong, he would have died at the hands of the celestial soldiers long ago. On the other side was his old father, who had willingly suffered for 1,000 generations in the eye of the South Sea for the crimes he had committed. Ao Qing had no choice, nor did he want to. No matter which side he chose, it would make him a man of great sin. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had no such so-called compassion. Ao Qing had to make this choice whether he wanted to or not. Yi Xian's way of doing things was to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. In fact, the situation was already set. With the help of the 8 monster kings, even without the South Sea Dragon King, Ao Qing could not stop them. Bai Hong's only fate was death. However, the reason Yi Xian did this was to show the 8 demon kings. This was also a form of intimidation, and it was to tell them that anyone who went against me, Yi Xian, wouldn't have a good ending. At this moment, the 8 great demon kings were watching coldly from the sidelines, but there was a flash of fear in their eyes. They had seen too many people with profound cultivation bases, and they had also seen the high and mighty golden immortal. But no one had ever made them feel a silent fear. This fear came from Yi Xian's cruel and insidious methods. In the eyes of the 8 monster kings, Yi Xian's cultivation was not worth mentioning. Although he had some trump cards, he was still a primordial unity golden immortal. Even the weakest of the 8 monster kings was at this level. However, what they saw today made them understand that Yi Xian played with people's hearts in the palm of his hand. His methods were insidious and ruthless. If they did not guard against him, they would follow in Ao Qing's footsteps. Death was terrifying, but what was even more terrifying was living a life worse than death. Ao Qing's current situation was a good example of what it meant to be in a dilemma between life and death. Yi Xian. You. Let me go. Please let me go. Suddenly, Ao Qing knelt in the air and kowtowed to Yi Xian. Clear tears flowed from his eyes. The monster kings shook their heads and sighed. They did not expect the proud and unyielding Ao Qing to fall to such a state. Pfft. Yi Xian's sword pierced through the South Sea Dragon King's chest and suddenly lifted him up. The South Sea Dragon King cried out in pain. Blood spurted from his chest. It was a sad and beautiful sight. No. Such a scene caused Ao Qing to roar in grief and anger. However, under his sorrowful and indignant gaze, Yi Xian's sword pierced through the South Sea Dragon King's body. Dozens of bloody holes also appeared on the South Sea Dragon King's body. Ah! The immortal sword pierced his body and stirred up his flesh. The South Sea Dragon King groaned and screamed in agony. His vitality was quickly dissipating. If this continued, he would die a horrible death at Yi Xian's hands. Third brother, kill me. Bai Hong roared in grief and anger. He grabbed Ao Qing's arm and roared madly. Bai Hong knew that he would die without a doubt today. Yi Xian would never let him go. He wanted him to do a good deed before he died. He did not want Ao Qing to suffer such agony. Come on, third brother. Kill me. Kill me. Bai Hong gathered the last of his strength and formed a dagger. He shoved it into Ao Qing's hand and drove the dagger in Ao Qing's hand toward his forehead. No! Ao Qing wailed and pushed Bai Hong away. He clutched the dagger tightly and knelt in the air, tears flowing uncontrollably from his eyes. Ao Qing, you shouldn't have gone against me. Yi Xian's voice was cold and emotionless. He suddenly pulled the immortal sword out of the South Sea Dragon King's chest, drawing a large amount of dragon blood. He pointed the bloody sword at Ao Qing and said savagely, "Kill Bai Hong for me. Kill Bai Hong." Chapter 302. The four simple words were like a demonic chant that reverberated in Ao Qing's ears. Under Yi Xian's pressure, Ao Qing finally broke down. Splat! Suddenly, Ao Qing laughed bitterly and pierced the dagger into his heart. Unable to bear the pain, he killed himself in the void. Son! Third brother! The South Sea Dragon King wailed. Bai Hong's eyes were bloodshot, and his body was trembling. Tears of blood flowed from his eyes. Blood gushed out from Ao Qing's heart. His eyes shone with relief. He finally didn't have to choose to end his own life to escape Yi Xian's coercion. Roar! A dragon's roar filled the air. When Ao Qing committed suicide, his body turned into a dragon corpse that fell toward Mount Huagua. Rumble! The dragon corpse crushed a mountain range, and the blood dyed the entire mountain range red. The once awe-inspiring Amethyst Dragon King, Ao Qing, had met an extremely tragic end. Silence reigned, and the world was silent. An overarching Heaven Xian Immortal had been forced to commit suicide by Yi Xian. This was simply too shocking, and it made the hair of many of the Yao kings stand on end. They felt as if they had fallen into the depths of hell, and their eyes were filled with horror as they looked at Yi Xian. Not to mention the Yao kings, even the 30,000 celestial soldiers and hundreds of millions of Yao soldiers had deeply imprinted Yi Xian's face in their minds when they saw Ao Qing's fate. It was likely that even on the day they died, Yi Xian's handsome appearance wouldn't be forgotten by them. This was because the methods of the Emperor of the East Pole were no longer vicious, but insane. Anyone who went against him would end up in an extremely miserable state. How boring. Yi Xian slowly shook his head without the slightest bit of pity. Yi Xian, give me back my son's life. Tears streamed down the South Sea Dragon King's face as he roared at Yi Xian. His body, which was bathed in blood, violently swelled up. He actually wanted to self-destruct and perish together with Yi Xian. Whine. Before the Southern Sea Dragon King could self-destruct, the Heavenly Peng King took a step forward and appeared before the Southern Sea Dragon King. A beam of all heaven's celestial light shot out and sealed the Dragon King's cultivation. Emperor, how should we deal with the South Sea Dragon King? The Heavenly Peng King had already seen Yi Xian's methods, so he was in awe of Yi Xian. Thus, he lowered his posture to an extremely low level. Yi Xian frowned. Since Ao Qing is dead, the South Sea Dragon King is useless. Do you still need me to tell you what to do? Your Majesty, you mean? The Heavenly Peng King's heart tightened as he looked at Yi Xian in shock. Could it be that Yi Xian wanted to kill the South Sea Dragon King? It was no wonder that Heavenly Peng King was shocked. After all, the South Sea Dragon King and Ao Qing were two completely different people. If Ao Qing died, then so be it. However, the South Sea Dragon King was the master of the South Sea and an immortal. If Yi Xian killed the South Sea Dragon King, not only would he offend the South Sea Dragon Palace, but he would also offend the other three seas. Had Yi Xian not considered the consequences? Unfortunately, the Heavenly Peng King did not know that Yi Xian could even kill the longevity immortal venerable of the Celestial Court, let alone a mere South Sea Dragon King. Why would he care about the dragons of the four seas? Moreover, Yi Xian had always believed in one principle. When doing things, one had to be ruthless. If the South Sea Dragon King was allowed to live, this old dragon would definitely avenge Ao Qing in the future. Send him and Ao Qing to hell together. Yi Xian's cold voice caused the heavenly Peng King's expression to change. When his eyes turned, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he sent a palm strike toward the South Sea Dragon King. Yi Xian, even if I turn into a ghost, I won't let you go. Boom! The South Sea Dragon King's body exploded. He was directly killed by the heavenly Peng King in the void. However, before he died, he cursed angrily, causing people's hearts to tremble when they heard it. The death of both father and son undoubtedly gave the Demon Kings a great shock. It also caused them to look at Yi Xian with a humble and flattering smile. Are you willing to submit to me? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the monster kings of the 72 caves of Mount Huagua. Greetings, Emperor of the East Pole. Bai Hong was seriously injured and was on the verge of death. Ao Qing and his son had died tragically here. 8 monster kings had also submitted to Yi Xian. The rest of the monster kings did not dare to say a word. They all pledged their loyalty to Yi Xian. At this moment, the monster kings bowed and the monster kings surrendered. Yi Xian stood proudly between heaven and earth with a satisfied smile on his face. He had painstakingly planned for 100 years and finally subdued Mount Huagua. He even had the monster kings of the 72 caves under his command. This was also the first step in his quest to become the heavenly emperor. Yi Xian was very satisfied with this result. Now, he was only one step away. As long as he could devour Bai Hong's Luo Tian golden immortal cultivation, he would be able to achieve perfection. Bai Hong, do you want me to send you on your way, or do you want to end your own life here? Yi Xian smiled cruelly. Ha! Bai Hong laughed hysterically. As he laughed, his face was filled with tears. He was so powerful, but he was going to die in the hands of Yi Xian. Even though he was very unwilling, he knew that he had reached the end of his life. Yi Xian, you despicable man. Even if I, Bai Hong, die here today, don't be so smug. Mount Huagua is the ancestral land of the fighting sage Buddha. He will not let you go. Bai Hong laughed hysterically and slapped his own head. Clearly, he was going to end his own life here. Namo Amitabha. All of a sudden. At this critical moment, 1,000,000 miles of heaven and earth were covered by Buddhist light. There was also the sound of Buddhist chanting. Golden lotuses bloomed in the void, and a vast Buddhist aura filled the world. There was a 9th-grade golden lotus. An old monk in green robes sat cross-legged on the golden lotus with his palms together. He had long and narrow eyebrows and a compassionate look on his face. He was crossing the sky. Long-browed Arhat. Heavenly Peng King exclaimed. His face instantly turned solemn. The other monster kings also had a drastic change in their expressions, and fear flashed in their eyes. Long-browed Arhat was one of the 18 Arhats of the Great Thunderclap Monastery in the Western Spirit Mountain. His cultivation was at the primordial unity golden immortal realm. No one expected that this Buddhist Arhat would appear here. Long-browed Arhat's cultivation was nothing in the eyes of the monster kings, but he was from the Western Spirit Mountain. It was definitely not a coincidence that he appeared here at this moment. He must be here for Bai Hong. Long-browed greets the East Pole Emperor. The golden lotus under long-browed Arhat dissipated, but a golden Buddhist light rose behind him. He was bowing to Yi Xian with his palms together. His posture was neither servile nor overbearing. At this moment, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at long-browed Arhat with a faint murderous intent. His voice was calm as he said, "What brings you here, Arhat? This poor monk has come to the eastern lands under the decree of Guanyin Bodhisattva. I hope that the East Pole Emperor will spare Bai Hong's life and let him return to the Western Spirit Mountain with this poor monk. I hope that the Emperor will grant my request." Long-browed Arhat had a benevolent expression and his voice was calm and peaceful. What if this Emperor doesn't let him go? Yi Xian's eyes were cold, and his voice gradually turned icy. Letting Bai Hong's life go was simply impossible for Yi Xian. He had planned for 100 years and spent a lot of energy. First, he wanted to subdue Mount Huagua for his own use, and the most important thing was Bai Hong. Only by devouring Bai Hong's golden immortal cultivation could he advance further. How could Yi Xian let someone else take away the fat meat that was already in his mouth? Even if Duobao Rulai came in person and wanted to snatch Bai Hong from him, he would have to ask if the heaven-fall halberd in his hand was willing, let alone long-browed Arhat coming here under the decree of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Chapter 303. The Buddhist light of heaven and earth was accompanied by a chant in the void. The long-browed Arhat was still smiling mercifully. Even though Yi Xian was emitting a cold aura, it did not affect him at all. Emperor, you must be joking. Bai Hong is one of the 4 spiritual monkeys and has a great relationship with the fighting immortal Buddha. I came to the eastern land under the orders of the Bodhisattva. I hope that you can spare Bai Hong's life for the sake of the Western Spirit Mountain, the long-browed Arhat said. It was a threat, a naked threat. Although the long-browed Arhat was pleasant, he was using the Western Spirit Mountain to pressure Yi Xian. This made Yi Xian squint his eyes and look at the long-browed Arhat with an extremely gloomy murderous intent. Emperor, you can't afford to offend the Western Spirit Mountain. The Heavenly Rock King secretly reminded Yi Xian. Although he also wanted Bai Hong to die, he also deeply understood the horror of the Western Spirit Mountain. If the Taoist lineage was divided into Chan and Jia lineage, then the Buddhist lineage was an iron bucket. This was because the Western Buddhist lineage had benefited the most in the ancient investiture of the gods. The Western Spirit Mountain was led by the 2 saints Zhuan Ti, Duobao Rulai, Dipankara Buddha, Maitreya Buddha, and the 8 Bodhisattvas. The great thunderclap temple of the Western Spirit Mountain was famous and no one dared to provoke them. Moreover, the Western Spirit Mountain was the most protective. If Yi Xian did not let the long-browed Arhat take Bai Hong away today, he was afraid that he would completely offend the Western Spirit Mountain. Yi Xian was not unaware of the horror of the Western Spirit Mountain. Logically speaking, he should bear with it and have to give face to the Western Spirit Mountain. If it were other things, Yi Xian would naturally choose to bear with it. However, Bai Hong was the key to his advancement to the all-heaven realm. If he let the tiger return to the mountain today, not only would his 100 years of planning be in vain, but Bai Hong would also become a big problem for him. Not to mention a mere Western Arhat like you, even if the Bodhisattva came in person, Bai Hong would undoubtedly die today. You want to take Bai Hong away from me? Do you not put the celestial court in your eyes? Yi Xian said coldly. At this moment, the long-browed Arhat's smile was no longer there. His brows were slightly knitted together. He really didn't expect Yi Xian to be so presumptuous that he didn't even take Bodhisattva seriously. Heavenly Peking. Your subordinate is here. Bring Bai Hong back to the celestial court for questioning. Kill anyone who tries to stop us. The Heavenly Peking was stunned. He did not expect Yi Xian to ignore the Bodhisattva's decree. However, he was also a daring person. His father was Mahamayuri. Even if the Western Spirited Mountain were to blame him in the future, he would not be blamed. The Heavenly Rock King strode forward and shot out an immortal binding rope, trapping Bai Hong in the air. Seeing this, long-browed Arhat was stunned, and his aura turned gloomy. East Pole Emperor, you're looking down on our Western Spirit Mountain by doing this. Have you thought about the consequences? Long-browed Arhat said angrily. Bang! All of a sudden, an earth-shattering Tai golden light appeared. Something that terrified the Monster Kings present happened. Yi Xian took a step forward and quietly appeared in front of long-browed Arhat. An extremely terrifying immortal art sprayed out, and without waiting for long-browed Arhat to react, it directly pierced through long-browed Arhat's heart, causing long-browed Arhat to cry out in pain. Yi Xian, you! Long-browed Arhat's heart was pierced and the Buddhist aura around him quickly dissipated. He looked at Yi Xian in horror, only to see Yi Xian's sinister expression. He never thought that Yi Xian would be so ruthless to him. Didn't he know that the consequences of doing so would arouse the wrath of the Western Spirit Mountain? Unfortunately, before long-browed Arhat could recover from his horror, Yi Xian's palm hit his glabella. The extremely terrifying immortal light drowned him. With a bang, long-browed Arhat exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Even at the moment of his death, he couldn't understand why Yi Xian dared to kill him. Everything was silent and the world was silent. Such a scene made the monster kings look at each other in horror. They never thought that Yi Xian would be so bold as to directly kill long-browed Arhat. Although long-browed Arhat was only a tiny golden immortal, he represented the Western Spirit Mountain. How could the Western Spirit Mountain let this matter go? Heavenly Peking, I'll definitely come back to find you in 5 or 10 years. You must guard the mountain of flowers and fruits for me. Yi Xian's aura was gloomy and cold. When he took a step forward, he directly put Bai Hong into the Sumera space. When the black cloud under his feet surged, he instantly disappeared into the void. The heavenly Peking and the others looked at each other in horror. The endless sky was crisscrossing the void. Yi Xian was like lightning. Every step he took covered thousands of miles. After 7 days and 7 nights, Yi Xian landed in a desolate mountain range. Yi Xian needed time. When long-browed Arhat appeared in front of him, Yi Xian knew that things were serious. Bai Hong was one of the 4 spiritual monkeys and had a deep relationship with the Western Spirit Mountain. However, if Yi Xian wanted to improve his cultivation, he had to kill Bai Hong and devour his golden immortal cultivation. He had already offended the Western Spirit Mountain. As for killing long-browed Arhat, it was also a last resort. He wanted to stall for time so that the Western Spirit Mountain could not react too quickly. As long as he devoured Bai Hong's cultivation and advanced to the All-Heaven realm, he would be able to withstand the anger of the Western Spirit Mountain. Buzz! Immortal light surged and sealed the world. When Yi Xian used the immortal art to seal the world, Bai Hong was also released from the Sumera space by Yi Xian. Bai Hong smiled bitterly and asked the question in his heart before he died, Yi Xian, I don't understand. You didn't hesitate to kill long-browed Arhat in order to kill me. What good does this do for you? Don't you know that you have offended the Western Spirit Mountain by doing this? Looking at Bai Hong's blood-soaked body, Yi Xian's eyes opened and closed with only indifference and ruthlessness. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If a person wants to reach the peak, he must take some risks. Only by devouring your cultivation will I be able to reach a higher level of enlightenment. Yi Xian's calm voice made Bai Hong's expression change greatly. He looked at Yi Xian with extreme horror in his eyes. Devour my cultivation? Don't tell me you. Bai Hong's body trembled slightly and his eyes froze. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian directly used the Calamity Transcender technique, and the strange and terrifying immortal light covered him. Ah! His flesh and blood melted and his origin spirit exploded. Extremely majestic immortal chi floated out. Yi Xian's body seemed to have turned into a black hole as he sat cross-legged and frantically absorbed by Hong's cultivation. Yi Xian, you! Bai Hong wanted to say something, but unfortunately, under the Calamity Transcender technique, he directly turned into powder and completely disappeared from the world. The 3 realms were in an uproar. The Huagua mountain was subdued by the Eastern Emperor and long-browed Arhat was killed by Yi Xian. When this news spread throughout the 3 realms, it immediately caused an uproar. Chapter 304. Mount Huagua had 72 demon kings, and even the weakest among them was a grand unity mystic immortal. The fact that Yi Xian could subdue Mount Huagua was already beyond the imagination of the 3 realms. However, what shocked the three realms the most was that long-browed Arhat was killed by Yi Xian when he came to the eastern land under the Bodhisattva's decree. When the news spread throughout the three realms, it was simply unimaginable. After all, Mount Numinous of the West was the most protective. Although long-browed Arhat was only a grand unity golden immortal, he represented the face of Mount Numinous. Yi Xian was simply courting death by killing him. Sure enough, when Mount Numinous of the West received the news of long-browed Arhat's death, Guanyin Bodhisattva walked out of the southern sea purple bamboo forest and personally went to the celestial court to ask for an explanation from the Jade Emperor. Guanyin Bodhisattva was the second-generation Taoist Zihang of the Chan sect. He was a disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan and was Yuanshi Tianzuan's ninth disciple. However, after the investiture of the Gods' War, he turned to the Western sect and became the merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva. Taoist Zihang's magic power was boundless. His cultivation was Daoyuo Jingxian, and he was a famous existence in the three realms. When he arrived at the celestial court, he immediately made the immortals of the celestial court extremely nervous. Guanyin Bodhisattva's intentions were simple. First, she wanted Bai Hong back. Second, she wanted to punish Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian and Bai Hong disappeared without a trace, and the Jade Emperor could not hand them over. This also made Guanyin Bodhisattva stay in the celestial court and wait for Yi Xian to appear for several decades. Just when the three realms thought that Yi Xian was dead for sure, something strange happened. On that day, the celestial court shone with golden light. Two decrees came across the sky. No one knew whose decrees it was, but Guanyin Bodhisattva left the celestial court with her tail between her legs. When the news spread throughout the three realms, many great beings of the three realms were in an uproar. They all guessed which two unimaginable existences wanted to protect Yi Xian's life. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. After some probing, they came to a shocking conclusion. One of the Dharmic decrees was issued by the Green Touring Palace outside the 33rd heaven. The Green Touring Palace was the Tongtian's training ground. This also proved that Yi Xian had an extremely deep relationship with the Jie school. However, the most surprising thing was that the other decree was extremely mysterious. No one knew who issued it, but it could scare away Guanyin Bodhisattva. Clearly, even if the other party was not a saint, their identity was unimaginably terrifying. Outside the 33rd heaven, Green Touring Palace. The aura of primal chaos was steaming, and the murderous aura was circling around. A black-robed Taoist was sitting cross-legged in the void. Four immortal swords were floating in the void. That terrifying murderous aura seemed to be able to destroy the entire world. I'll bestow you with the celestial ending sword. Protect this child. Whether or not the Jie school can be revived depends on this child. Go. The celestial ending sword descended, and a yellow-robed Taoist respectfully received it. Then, he knelt down and kowtowed. Your disciple will definitely not fulfill your request. On this day, a yellow-robed Taoist walked out of the Green Touring Palace with a sword wrapped in black cloth on his back. When he turned back to look at the Green Touring Palace, his eyes were slightly red. Then, he resolutely headed to the lower realm. In the Green Touring Palace, Tongtian's expression was solemn. His pair of Dharma eyes shone through the three realms of heaven, earth, and man. His voice was ancient and emotionless. Senior brothers, the immeasurable calamity has just begun. It's still unknown who will emerge victorious. Above the 9 heavens, among the immortal clouds, golden lotuses bloomed all over the void, and the sound of the great Tao rumbled. A green-robed Taoist sat cross-legged on a golden cloud. When his eyes opened and closed, the aura of primal chaos lingered in his eyes. It was as if the stars and the universe were flowing in his eyes. My good disciple, it seems that my decree is a little redundant. It's just that Tong Tian is too impatient. If you really stand on the side of the Jie school, I'm afraid that Yuanshi Tianzuan will not let you go. The green-robed Taoist murmured. The immortal light around him gradually receded, and a murderous demonic light bloomed faintly. However, it quickly dissipated. What will you choose? The green-robed Taoist smiled. However, his laughter was slightly cold, which made people shudder even though it was not cold. In the nameless mountain range, the wind and clouds danced, and the void collapsed. The mountains collapsed inch by inch, and the earth was covered with ravines. At the peak of the mountains, Yi Xian sat cross-legged. His face was extremely red, and the immortal qi between his mouth and nose rumbled and exploded. The surrounding void was extremely distorted. Break! The heavens fell and the earth cracked, and everything turned into dust. A ray of all-heaven immortal light bloomed slightly around Yi Xian. When he suddenly opened his eyes, the all-heaven immortal light suddenly blazed and completely covered his body. A stream of turbid qi was spat out, forming a long dragon that was thousands of miles long. It directly vaporized the mountains within thousands of miles into smoke. The extremely terrifying all-heaven immortal light gradually faded, revealing Yi Xian's body. Crack! Yi Xian clenched his fists in a daze, and the space seemed to be crushed at this moment. He calmly felt the cultivation of an all-heaven Xian immortal, and a touch of enlightenment appeared in his eyes. An all-heaven Xian immortal, a Tong Tian, knew the laws, and could mobilize the power of the laws of heaven and earth for his own use. This was the essence of the all-heaven realm. After swallowing Bai Hong's cultivation, Yi Xian stepped from the middle stage of the Grand Unity Golden Immortal stage to the middle stage of the all-heaven Xian Immortal stage in one fell swoop. Some people might ask why Yi Xian was only in the all-heaven Xian Immortal stage. Bai Hong was clearly an all-heaven Golden Immortal. After swallowing his cultivation, he should also be able to enter the all-heaven Golden Immortal stage. In fact, the reason was very simple. The Tribulation Transcender technique was a heaven-defying technique that could devour the cultivation of others. However, everyone cultivated different cultivation methods, and the immortal power they produced was also different. Although Bai Hong was an all-heaven Golden Immortal, Yi Xian could only purify 40% of his immortal power by using the Tribulation Transcender technique. The rest of the impurities naturally had to be expelled from the body. It was like a mortal eating an ox. Would he have the strength of an ox? The two were the same. Being able to refine 40% of Bai Hong's immortal power and step into the middle stage of the all-heaven Xian immortal stage had already exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. This also made Yi Xian very satisfied. However, what made Yi Xian somewhat self-deprecating was that it took him 80 years to use the Tribulation Transcender technique to refine Bai Hong's cultivation. This was much longer than he had expected. This also made Yi Xian understand that although the Tribulation Transcender technique could devour the cultivation of an immortal, the higher the cultivation, the longer the refining period. Yi Xian made a simple calculation. It had been 300 years since he came to the Earth immortal world. Immortal cultivation had no concept of time, and the sea turned into mulberry fields. 300 years of time. Yi Xian sighed slightly. Some people and things from the human world appeared in his mind. He didn't know if the people he was familiar with had turned into skeletons or if they were still alive in this world after 300 years. When a person was outside for a long time, they would naturally miss home. Yi Xian was no exception. After all, he was not from the Earth immortal world and didn't have a sense of belonging here. After 300 years, he had become an all-heaven Xian immortal. He didn't know what the human world was like now. Yi Xian stood in the void with his hands behind his back. His thoughts were a little erratic. It wasn't until 7 days and 7 nights later that he woke up from his thoughts. He then laughed at himself and said, "Immortal cultivation has no concept of time. Perhaps after millions of years, the memories of the human world will gradually fade from my mind." Yi Xian sorted out his thoughts. He knew that what he had to do now was to return to the Flower Fruit Mountain and completely take over the demon kings of the 72 caves. Then, he would lead them back to the celestial court and prepare to face the accountability of the Western Spirit Mountain. He took a step forward, and the wind and clouds changed. Black clouds rose under Yi Xian's feet, and his whole body disappeared between heaven and earth. At this moment, he was an all-heaven Xian immortal. He could also begin to cultivate the strangest secret techniques in the Forbidden Chapter. Even if he faced Daoyuo Jingxian, he could escape with his life. Finally, he could fight for his life in the three worlds. Moreover, Yi Xian had a feeling that although he was an all-heaven Xian immortal now, he had the strength to face an all-heaven golden immortal like Yang Jian head-on. And this was just the beginning. From today onwards, the so-called forbearance would no longer exist. Yi Xian would let the people of the three worlds know what kind of terrifying existence he was. Chapter 305. In the blink of an eye, 80 years had passed. In the endless lifespan of an immortal, a mere 80 years was merely the time to meditate and discuss the Tao. However, no one could have imagined that these 80 years would allow Yi Xian to step into the overarching heaven Xian immortal realm and finally have the power to protect himself in the earth immortal realm. As long as a grand heavenly immortal realm did not appear, there was no law or natural morality. These simple words explained Yi Xian's current situation. What kind of person was Yi Xian? He was vicious, ruthless, decisive, and would do anything to achieve his goals. Fairies, kind people, morality, and righteousness were nothing in his eyes. When he first entered the earth immortal realm, he was very cautious. Every step he took was as if he was treading on thin ice. This was because he knew that there were countless almighty beings in the earth immortal realm and he was just an ant that could be killed at any time. However, now that he had stepped into the overarching heaven Xian immortal realm, although he was still an ant in the eyes of Daoyuo Jingxian and the sages, as long as the sages did not appear, even if Daoyuo Jingxian wanted to kill him, he still had the ability to save his life. The wide sea allowed the fish to leap, and the high sky allowed the birds to fly. When his life was guaranteed, Yi Xian was no longer restrained. Even in the face of the old Jade Emperor, the fear in his heart dissipated a lot. Mount Huagua. It was the center of attention of the three realms. 80 years ago, Yi Xian had subdued Mount Huagua. The great immortals of the celestial court had come to discuss in detail, hoping that the demon monarchs of the 72 caves of Mount Huagua could ascend to the heavens to pay their respects to the Jade Emperor. Unfortunately, the demon monarchs of the 72 caves had never taken the Jade Emperor seriously. Moreover, before Yi Xian left, he had instructed the heavenly Peng King to guard Mount Huagua. The heavenly Peng King was arrogant and his cultivation was at the mid-stage of the overarching heaven Xian immortal realm. If he was given another 30 to 50,000 years, he would definitely step into the late stage of the overarching heaven Xian immortal realm or even the overarching heaven golden immortal realm. The heavenly Peng King rarely submitted to anyone, and Yi Xian was one of them. With his own strength, he had shattered the entire flower fruit mountain. He had even dared to kill the long-browed Arhat. He had even fought with Yang Jian and suffered heavy injuries. Just these three matters alone made the heavenly Peng King admire Yi Xian to the extreme. If it were him, he would not be able to do these things. The heavenly Peng King followed Yi Xian's instructions and remained in Flower Fruit Mountain. The other Yao Kings naturally followed his lead, waiting for Yi Xian's return. As for Huagua Mountain, other than the deaths of the Amethyst Dragon King and Bai Hong, their forces did not suffer any losses. In the Dongxing Divine Continent, they were one of the forces that could not be underestimated. On this day, wind and thunder rumbled as the clouds churned. When Yi Xian appeared above Mount Huagua, the heavenly Peng King naturally sensed his arrival. He led the 72 grottos to welcome Yi Xian. Beneath the firmament, in the void. SSS. The heavenly Peng King felt Yi Xian's cultivation. His eyes narrowed as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at Yi Xian with a look of horror. The heavenly Peking clearly remembered that Yi Xian had only been a Grand Unity Golden Immortal 80 years ago. But when they met again, he had stepped into the overarching Heaven Xian Immortal realm. Moreover, the Yi Xian before him gave him a faint sense of oppression. The heavenly Peking's expression flickered. He could not understand how Yi Xian's cultivation had risen so much in such a short period of time. Moreover, they were both overarching Heaven Xian immortals. Why did the other party give him such a strong sense of oppression? What kind of cultivation technique did Yi Xian cultivate? The heavenly Peking was not the only one with such thoughts. The other Yao Kings also had such thoughts. They looked at Yi Xian with even more fear and respect. Using the carrot and stick was Yi Xian's method of controlling people. Although he had stepped into the overarching Heaven Xian immortal realm, he was not arrogant enough to think that the heavenly Peking and the others would recognize him as their master. Their relationship was only an exchange of benefits. Yi Xian played a leading role in this, allowing these Yao Kings to be used by him. The heavenly Peking smiled and bowed to Yi Xian. He was the first to set an example for the other Yao Kings. Congratulations on the great improvement in your cultivation, Celestial Emperor. With the heavenly Peking taking the lead, the other Yao Kings naturally did not dare to be negligent. They all bowed to Yi Xian. This was also a form of silent submission. Yi Xian and the other Yao Kings all understood what was going on. At this moment, Yi Xian smiled. He was very satisfied with the heavenly Peking's actions. Although he was only exchanging benefits with these people, Yi Xian could see from the eyes of these Yao Kings that they had great respect for him. Celestial Emperor, I wonder if Bai Hong. The Devil Snake King probed. Clearly, his heart would not be at ease as long as Bai Hong was alive. Don't worry. Bai Hong's soul has already been scattered by this emperor. The Devil Snake King and the others were overjoyed when they heard Yi Xian's words. They were really afraid that Bai Hong would escape and come to settle the score with them one by one in the future. Since everyone is willing to submit to this emperor, then we are family. Yi Xian paused for a moment. Then, he looked at the 70 Yao Kings and continued, as the saying goes, family doesn't need to be polite. This emperor can give you what you want. However, there is one thing that this emperor hates the most, and that is betrayal. If someone betrays this emperor in the future, not only will this emperor's methods be vicious, I will also let them taste what it means to be unable to reincarnate for 10,000 lifetimes. Yi Xian did not mention the celestial court. Clearly, he was telling the Yao Kings that they had submitted to him, Yi Xian, and not the old Jade Emperor of the celestial court. The Yao Kings present were all smart people. They naturally understood Yi Xian's meaning. They all expressed their loyalty. Although these Yao Kings made solemn vows to Yi Xian, in Yi Xian's eyes, they were just pretending. However, it did not matter. There was still a long time. He would slowly let these Yao Kings know that he, Yi Xian, was not a kind person. If they did not listen to his orders, Yi Xian would let them know what true fear was. Yi Xian had said everything that needed to be said. The rest was naturally to reward them according to their contributions. It was also to fulfill Yi Xian's promise. However, this reward was not given by Yi Xian. Instead, it was given by the old Jade Emperor. What happened next was very simple. The 10 Yao Kings stayed behind to guard Huagua Mountain. The rest followed Yi Xian back to the celestial court. Demonic clouds rose into the sky, and demonic light shot into the sky. With Yi Xian in the lead, the 60 Yao Kings assisted. Black clouds rose under their feet. Under Yi Xian's lead, they surged towards the 33rd Celestial Court. At the same time, Celestial Court, Bullfighting Palace's Lingxiao Hall. When Yi Xian brought the Yao Kings to the Celestial Court, someone had already reported this matter to the Jade Emperor. It made the Jade Emperor's expression change slightly. However, he still summoned the immortals to the Lingxiao Hall and waited for Yi Xian's triumphant return. After crossing 5,000 kilometers of wind, thunder, and fire, they arrived at the 33rd heaven of the celestial court. The immortal island was filled with flowing clouds and thousands of auspicious chi. Just the rich spiritual energy made the Yao kings intoxicated when they took a breath. A refreshing feeling filled their bodies. As the saying went, since ancient times, immortals and demons could not coexist. The Yao kings of the 72 caves of Huagua Mountain had never been to the celestial court. This time, after submitting to Yi Xian, they came to the celestial court. When they saw the prosperous scene of the celestial court along the way, everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Chapter 306. The immortals of the celestial court, Nishang Fairy, and heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were watching them from afar. This made the monster kings puff out their chests and raise their heads. There was an inexplicable pride on their faces. These monster kings were demons from the earth immortal realm. Although they had great dharma powers, demons were demons. They had always been looked down upon by the immortals, who even wanted to kill them. But today, they had openly followed Yi Xian to the celestial court. Who would dare to be disrespectful to them? This also made them feel proud and elated. Soon, the southern heavenly gate appeared in front of them. The 4 heavenly kings were already waiting there. Pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing had also come personally. Obviously, they were here to welcome Yi Xian back to the celestial court. It had to be said that Yi Xian was now the focus of the 3 realms. Not to mention that he had subdued Mount Huagua by himself, he had even dared to kill long-browed Arhat. Just this lawless behavior alone was enough to make everyone in the 3 realms look at him. Guanyin Bodhisattva had come to the celestial court to denounce him, but 2 decrees had scared her away. This alone made the immortals of the celestial court know that the East Emperor had a great background and must not be offended easily. We welcome your Majesty's triumphant return. Li Jing had a smile on his face as he bowed towards Yi Xian. The 4 heavenly kings didn't dare to be negligent and also bowed. However, when they saw the dozens of demon kings behind Yi Xian, their eyes slightly narrowed, but they didn't say anything. Heavenly kings, no need to be so polite, Yi Xian said calmly. Emperor, His Majesty has been waiting at the Lingxiao Hall for a long time. This way, please. Li Jing smiled and stepped aside. Yi Xian nodded and rode a black cloud towards the Lingxiao Hall. However, when the monster kings were about to enter the southern heavenly gate, they were stopped by Li Jing and the 4 heavenly kings. The celestial court is an important place. Monster kings from the lower world are not allowed to enter, Li Jing said coldly. Huh? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not expect Li Jing to dare to stop his people. This also made his face turn cold. He said in a low voice, "They are all my subordinates. They need to come with me to see the Jade Emperor. Emperor, please do not misunderstand. This is the Jade Emperor's decree. I am just following orders." Li Jing could feel Yi Xian's dissatisfaction and hurriedly explained. The Jade Emperor's decree. Li Jing's body, his body's his body. Subconsciously, his body's his. His body subconsciously, his body, his. Emperors. And who is he? King, Emperor's emperor, to him's. Ants is, who is, he. He is. Emperor, once emperor, emperor. His, and his, Get lost. A ray of all heaven immortal light shot out. Before Li Jing and the 4 heavenly kings could react, their bodies were sent flying. The dozens of monster kings were stunned. They did not expect Yi Xian to be so bold. He did not take the Jade Emperor seriously at all. In fact, even if the monster kings were rejected outside the South Heaven Gate, they did not think it was a big deal. After all, they were demons. How could the celestial court accept them? However, what Yi Xian had done warmed their hearts. They looked at Yi Xian with gratitude. "Thank you, Emperor." Heavenly Peking had a complicated expression. He bowed to Yi Xian first, and the other monster kings bowed. Looking at the respectful expressions of the monster kings, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with satisfaction. He said calmly, "Let's go. Don't let the Jade Emperor wait for too long." Without even looking at Li Jing and the others, Yi Xian led the way to the Lingxiao Hall. Dozens of monster kings followed closely behind. However, everyone had a complicated expression on their faces. Clearly, Yi Xian's simple action had caused a huge change in their thoughts. In fact, Yi Xian was trying to win people's hearts. He had deliberately done this for the monster kings to see. This kind of behavior to win people's hearts was very common in the human world. If a leader could not protect his subordinates, he would lose people's hearts. Yi Xian was only doing what he had to do. In the Earth Immortal world, regardless of whether it was immortals, demons, or demons, they were all minding their own business. Even though the Jade Emperor was known as the master of the three realms, he was far inferior to Yi Xian when it came to winning people's hearts. It was because the three realms of heaven, earth, and man placed too much emphasis on cultivation. Although this was indeed the right path and only absolute strength could lead his subordinates, as a qualified leader, if he could make his subordinates submit to him willingly, that was the method that a superior should have. Helping one's relatives and not reason was Yi Xian's way of controlling people. Although he seemed to be domineering, he could win people's hearts and give Yi Xian great help. Lingxiao Hall. The immortals stood side by side while the Jade Emperor sat high. Without needing the immortal officials to summon him, Yi Xian strolled into the Lingxiao Hall. The dozens of monster kings behind him naturally followed closely. This also made the immortal Jade Emperor watch coldly. The atmosphere in the Lingxiao Hall was strange and silent. Ever since the ancient celestial court was destroyed, the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother rebuilt the celestial court. The 33 celestial courts were blessed lands for immortals. No demon had ever been able to enter the celestial court. However, under Yi Xian's lead today, dozens of monster kings from Huagua Mountain entered the Lingxiao Hall. Although it was said that they were under the pretense of submitting to the celestial court, it still made the immortal Jade Emperors feel a knot in their hearts that could not be untied. However, as the Emperor of the East Pole, Yi Xian was the supreme figure of the celestial court on the surface. The Jade Emperor could not say anything. Most importantly, Yi Xian had the attention of a saint. Even the Bodhisattva Guan Bodhisattva left the celestial court dejectedly. The Jade Emperor and the immortals could only endure. The Emperor of the East Pole has done a meritorious deed by subduing Huagua Mountain. I have already ordered people to set up a banquet at the Jade Pool to welcome the Emperor. The Jade Emperor didn't smile as he spoke in a dignified manner. He didn't mention the numerous demon kings behind Yi Xian as if they were air. Hearing the Jade Emperor's words, Yi Xian smiled coldly. He was not interested in the so-called Jade Pool banquet. He returned to the celestial court to ask for benefits from the Jade Emperor. How could he let the Jade Emperor brush him off? Jade Emperor, these monster kings have done a great job in subduing Huagua Mountain. If not for the help of the monster kings, I would not have been able to kill Bai Hong so easily. Now, these monster kings are more willing to submit to the celestial court. Jade Emperor, please issue a decree to confer titles to these demons. This will also show the benevolence of the celestial court, Yi Xian said calmly. Humph. Suddenly. Without waiting for the Jade Emperor to speak, the great god of the three seas, Neza, stepped out from the crowd. His handsome face was slightly cold as he said, Emperor of the East Pole, His Majesty sent you down to subdue the demons to find out who killed the longevity immortal venerable. Now, you are asking for rewards for these monster kings. Are you the Emperor of the Celestial Court or a monster king from the lower realm? Yi Xian looked coldly at Neza's rude words. He knew that Neza hated him for injuring Yang Jian. However, he was already prepared for Neza's words. Chapter 307. How dare you? I'm talking to the Jade Emperor. This is no place for you to interrupt. Yi Xian's eyes turned slightly cold as the all-heaven immortal light around him rippled. An extremely terrifying pressure pressed down on Neza like a tsunami, causing Neza to take a few steps back. A trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes as he looked at Yi Xian. All-heaven realm? Neza exclaimed in shock. Neza wasn't the only one who was shocked. Even the Jade Emperor's body trembled. Only now did he realize that Yi Xian was already an all-heaven Xian immortal. This caused him to unconsciously clench his fists as a trace of malice flashed through his eyes. Neza, don't think that I won't kill you just because you're Tai Zhenren's disciple. If you continue to be so rude to me, I'll destroy your soul. Yi Xian coldly said. Killing intent flashed through his eyes as he looked at Neza. The dozens of demon kings cruelly smiled at Neza as demonic aura emanated from their bodies. Since they had submitted to Yi Xian, anyone who went against Yi Xian was their enemy. Although Neza was famous, he was not worth mentioning in the eyes of these demon kings. If Yi Xian was willing to leave the Lingxiao palace, they would use some ruthless means to get rid of this obstacle for Yi Xian. At this moment, the group of immortals was silent. However, their expressions were unsettled, and their gazes towards Yi Xian and the other demon kings flashed with extreme fear. Obviously, Yi Xian's wings had hardened and he was no longer the puny Tai golden celestial of the past. Not to mention that Yi Xian had stepped into the all-heaven realm, the dozens of Tai realm demon kings had already put a lot of pressure on the celestial court. Everyone could see that Yi Xian now had the people he wanted, and his cultivation was also very strong. The title of the East Pole Emperor could be said to be true to his name. Even the Jade Emperor did not dare to provoke the East Pole Emperor. Otherwise, it would cause chaos in the celestial court. Don't be angry, Emperor. Neza is also sad about the death of the longevity immortal venerable. He was a little rash in his words. Why don't we let this matter go? The Jade Emperor smiled. Yi Xian naturally didn't care about Neza, and he didn't care much about him. Jade Emperor, Bai Hong killed the longevity immortal venerable. This time, I killed him to seek justice for the celestial court. As for the monster kings who contributed to this, I hope that Jade Emperor can reward them according to their merits. Why aren't you paying your respects to the Jade Emperor? After Yi Xian finished speaking, he turned back to look at the heavenly Ping King and the rest. These demon kings were all smart people. They all bowed towards the Jade Emperor as a form of greeting. At this moment, the Jade Emperor's face was gloomy. He didn't say anything for a long time. He knew what Yi Xian meant. He was asking for a reward. However, Yi Xian had contributed to subduing Huagua Mountain. This was the truth in front of him. If he didn't agree to the other party's request, it would be unreasonable. As for whether the longevity immortal venerable was killed by Bai Hong, it didn't matter now. After all, Bai Hong couldn't come back from the dead to confront Yi Xian. Naturally, Yi Xian could say whatever he wanted. Your Majesty, please reward us according to our merits. Zhao Gongming walked out of the crowd and bowed to the Jade Emperor first. The immortals of the Jie school all agreed. The celestial court is fair in its rewards and punishments. Those who have contributed will definitely be rewarded. Where is official Xian Tian? I'm here. Official Xian Tian's face was pale, and his body was trembling slightly. However, he could only walk out when the Jade Emperor summoned him. According to the merits, the demon kings of the lower realm will be conferred. You and the East Emperor will discuss this matter. The Jade Emperor said sternly. However, a cold look flashed across his eyes when he looked at official Xian Tian. Clearly, he was telling him that the demon kings of the lower realm could only be given an empty title. He couldn't give them real power in the celestial court. Although official Xian Tian's cultivation level wasn't high, he was very good at reading people's expressions. Naturally, he could understand what the Jade Emperor meant. However, he was now sandwiched between the Jade Emperor and the East Emperor. No matter what he did, he would probably offend one of them. This kind of life-threatening task made official Xian Tian extremely bitter. However, he could only take one step at a time. What happened next was very simple. The Jade Emperor said a lot of things in a dignified manner. He didn't mention anything about Yi Xian killing the long-browed Arhat. It was obvious that Yi Xian had offended the Western spiritual mountain. This made the Jade Emperor want the Western Buddhas to kill Yi Xian as soon as possible. Yi Xian didn't know that Guanyin had been to the celestial court. However, he wasn't stupid. He could tell from the expressions of the immortals that someone from the Western spiritual mountain must have come. However, he didn't know why they weren't in the celestial court. This also made his plan to deal with them useless. The East Emperor has contributed greatly in defeating the demon. However, the position of the Emperor is already the highest position in the celestial court. I have nothing to reward you with. I'm really ashamed of you. The Jade Emperor pretended to be pretentious. I've heard that the celestial court's treasury has a lot of rare treasures. I wonder if the Jade Emperor can open the treasury and let me have a look. Yi Xian had always been eyeing the 3 forbidden areas of the celestial court. The first was the Peach Garden, the second was the Tushita Palace, and the third was the celestial court's treasury. This time, he contributed greatly in defeating the demon. Naturally, he wanted to use this opportunity to enter the celestial court's treasury. As Yi Xian spoke, Zhao Gongming and the others agreed. The Jade Emperor's expression changed slightly. However, he still smiled and said, "Since the Emperor wants to see the celestial court's treasury, how can I refuse? East Emperor, come with me." The Jade Emperor stood up from the Emperor's throne. A golden cloud rose under his feet. He walked out of the Lingxiao Hall slowly. Yi Xian smiled and followed the Jade Emperor's footsteps. The two walked out of the Lingxiao Hall and disappeared from the eyes of the immortals. Putting aside the matter of the Demon King's rewards, Yi Xian followed the Jade Emperor out of the Lingxiao Hall. They were heading towards the Jade Emperor's dojo, the bullfighting palace. Thousands of auspicious auras and immortal clouds surged. The Jade Emperor, the ruler of the 3 realms. Yi Xian, the East Emperor. The two of them were on the same level in terms of titles. This was also the first time the two of them appeared together. Along the way, there were immortal officials and fairies who bowed to the 2 emperors. When the two of them entered the bullfighting palace, the palace door slowly closed. The two of them also disappeared from the outside world. In the bullfighting palace, the sky was boundless. The stars filled the sky. The Jade Emperor was dressed in green with his hands behind his back. Yi Xian was calm and composed. There was no aura around him at all. Yi Xian, I actually admire you. If you can know your place, I'm willing to rule the 3 realms with you. Why do you have to be my enemy? Suddenly, the Jade Emperor turned around and looked at Yi Xian. His expression was calm and there was no majestic aura. It was as if he was talking to an old friend. At this moment, there were only 2 people in the entire bullfighting palace. This was also the first time the two of them had a private conversation. Jade Emperor, you can be considered an ambitious person. You can endure what others can't, and your mind can be considered broad. It's a pity that you and I are destined to be enemies and not friends. Yi Xian lightly smiled as he spoke bluntly. He did not pretend to be polite or pretentious. Since the Jade Emperor was being honest and there was no third person in the bullfighting palace, Yi Xian naturally could say anything. Chapter 308. Buzz. The Jade Emperor waved his hand in the air, and the zenith heaven immortal light rippled out. A white jade table appeared in the void. On the white jade table, there was a white jade wine pot and 2 jade cups. Heavenly fire burned under the white jade wine pot, and the fragrance of the wine wafted out. This wine is called Fine Sky Dew. It's a rare immortal item. Please have a seat. 2 cushions appeared in the void. The Jade Emperor sat cross-legged and smiled at Yi Xian. The Jade Emperor's attitude was very humble, but it made Yi Xian frown slightly. He did not know what the Jade Emperor was up to. Yi Xian naturally would not back down in the face of the Jade Emperor's invitation. He sat cross-legged in front of the Jade Emperor and made the atmosphere in the bullfighting palace calm down. The Jade Emperor raised the wine pot and filled their cups with wine. Then, he raised the jade cup in his hand and drank the immortal wine in one gulp. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Yi Xian smiled calmly. He was not afraid that the Jade Emperor's wine was poisoned. He raised the cup and drank it in one gulp. When the two of them looked at each other, they laughed loudly at the same time. Ha! The laughter lasted for more than 10 breaths. When the two of them stopped laughing, the Jade Emperor asked gently, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at whatever you're laughing at," Yi Xian said with a strange look in his eyes. After receiving Yi Xian's answer, the Jade Emperor nodded slowly. A look of vicissitudes flashed past his eyes, as if he had fallen into a distant memory. He murmured, "Yi Xian, do you know that you're actually very similar to me when I was young? You have ambition, you have aspirations, and you don't want to be below others. You can do anything to achieve your goals." Whoosh! Yi Xian filled their wine cups to the brim and drank the wine first. His voice was calm as he said, "You're wrong. I'm not like you, because I won't endure as much as you, nor will I exhaust my fighting spirit." The Jade Emperor finished the second cup of wine. A hint of self-mockery flashed through his eyes. He looked at Yi Xian with an extremely strange gaze and said, "Yi Xian, do you know my true identity? The Jade Emperor, the vast Sky Emperor, is the master of the 3 realms. He is on equal footing with the 3 pure ones," Yi Xian said calmly. The Jade Emperor nodded, then shook his head and said, "You're both right and wrong." Without waiting for Yi Xian to ask, the Jade Emperor smiled bitterly and said, "Pangu created the sky and Hong Jun preached the Tao. The Queen Mother and I were originally Tao children beside Tao ancestor Hong Jun of the Purple Cloud Palace. Back then, during the Great Magi Demon War, the ancient celestial court was destroyed. The two of us were ordered by Tao ancestor Hong Jun to rebuild the celestial court." As soon as the Jade Emperor finished speaking, Yi Xian's expression didn't change. He'd heard of this legend a long time ago, but he hadn't confirmed it. Now that the Jade Emperor had personally revealed his background, Yi Xian knew that the legend was true. The Jade Emperor was indeed a Taoist child by the Taoist ancestor's side. The Jade Emperor smiled bitterly and said, "But a Tao child is a Tao child. The Queen Mother and I are not direct disciples of the Tao ancestor. Although we can call the 3 pure ones senior brothers, in their eyes, we're nothing more than ants." Seeing that the Jade Emperor was no longer the master of the 3 realms, his face was filled with bitterness. Yi Xian smiled and said, "You're afraid of the 3 pure ones, and you're even more afraid of losing the position of the Jade Emperor. That's why you've been enduring for hundreds of thousands of years. That's why you've become the laughingstock of the 3 realms." Ha! The Jade Emperor drank the wine in his cup again. His face was flushed red, as if he was really drunk. He looked at Yi Xian with a hint of mockery. "That's right. I'm afraid of the 3 pure ones, and I'm even more afraid of losing the position of the Jade Emperor. However, Yi Xian, you have to understand that everyone below the saint is an ant. Even Daoyuo Jingxian is no exception. Yi Xian, you seem to be glorious now, but you've offended the Chan school and killed long-browed Arhat. Just these 2 orthodoxies alone are incompatible with you. Although you're on good terms with the Jia school now, the Jia school has long withered. Even if the Jia school has a Tong Tian, the Tao ancestor has once issued a decree that the saint is not to appear. The only person in this world who can help you is me. The Jade Emperor spoke tirelessly, hoping that Yi Xian could understand his painstaking efforts. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression was calm. A flash of inspiration flashed across his eyes when he opened and closed them. He already understood that the Jade Emperor was being honest with him today to rope him in. You want me to submit to you? Yi Xian asked. If you think so, there's nothing wrong with that. Because in the three realms, only I can help you, the Jade Emperor said solemnly. Ha! Yi Xian slowly shook his head and smiled coldly. What if I don't agree? Looking at Yi Xian's cold face, the Jade Emperor's smile disappeared, and his expression gradually darkened. Yi Xian, don't force me to kill you. The zenith heaven immortal light rippled out, and the entire bullfighting palace distorted slightly. Clearly, the Jade Emperor really wanted to kill him and was not just saying it. A mountain-like pressure attacked Yi Xian's body. However, Yi Xian's expression did not change. He leisurely drank the wine in his cup and looked at the Jade Emperor coldly. Bang! Suddenly, Yi Xian kicked the white jade table, and the zenith heaven immortal light bloomed wildly around him. Buzz! The void swayed, and ripples spread. Yi Xian's glabella shone, and the heaven-destroying halberd surged out from his glabella until it became 3 feet long. Yi Xian held the halberd in his hand, and an unimaginable murderous aura filled the entire bullfighting palace. Jade Emperor, do you really think you can kill me? The heaven-destroying halberd pointed at the Jade Emperor, and the two of them faced each other in the bullfighting palace. At this moment, the Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes, and a ruthless murderous aura flickered in his eyes. Yi Xian sneered, but he had already raised his essence, energy, and spirit to the peak. Clearly, Yi Xian did not dare to be careless when facing the Jade Emperor, the Daoyuo Jingxian. Suddenly, the zenith heaven immortal light dissipated from the Jade Emperor, and the cold murderous aura disappeared quietly. The Jade Emperor finally had some reservations and did not attack Yi Xian. Buzz! The Jade Emperor casually cast a celestial art, and a door opened in the void. The Jade Emperor suddenly turned around, and did not look at Yi Xian anymore. He said in a dignified voice, Eastern Emperor, you only have 6 hours to visit the Celestial Court's treasury. I want to remind you that the Celestial Court's treasury contains my forbidden spell, and you better not have any ideas about the treasures inside. If you don't kill me with such a good opportunity, I'm afraid you won't have another chance. Yi Xian sneered, and put away the heaven-destroying halberd, and directly entered the Celestial Court's treasury. His words made the Jade Emperor clench his fists, and his eyes were extremely red. Your Majesty, since this person doesn't know what's good for him and can't submit to you, why don't you kill him? Isn't this raising a tiger that will only invite calamity? As Yi Xian entered the Celestial Court's treasury, the Queen Mother walked out from a dark corner. Clearly, she had seen the entire conversation between the two. Unfortunately, the Jade Emperor did not answer the Queen Mother's question, and fell into deep thought. Just now, he really wanted to kill Yi Xian, but unfortunately, he did not dare to do so at the last moment. The Jade Emperor had a feeling that even if he attacked at all costs, he might not be able to kill Yi Xian. Moreover, Yi Xian's identity was too sensitive. Even if the Jade Emperor wanted him dead, he could not be the one to kill him. Wait a little longer, he's not far from death. The Jade Emperor muttered to himself. Chapter 309. The Celestial Court's treasury was divided into 4 categories. Techniques, spiritual treasures, elixirs, and rare treasures. The 4 doors shone with immortal light. Behind each door was a treasure that would make anyone drool. Yi Xian had just stepped into the Celestial Court's treasury when the immortal light from the 4 doors made his eyes light up. To Yi Xian, other than the elixirs of heaven and earth that could increase his cultivation level, the so-called techniques and spiritual treasures were not of much use to him. The immortal scripture was all-encompassing and the heaven-destroying halberd was unpredictable. These were Yi Xian's greatest trump cards. Although he did not need techniques and spiritual treasures, it did not mean that the demon kings that he had subdued did not need them. Furthermore, he wanted to seize the throne of the celestial emperor. Naturally, he had to search for more treasures. Only then could he recruit more people for his use. The only person who could open the celestial court's treasury was the Jade Emperor. Although he had entered in the name of a tour, he could not return empty-handed. The technique pavilion was divided into 9 levels. There were various techniques and secret techniques listed from the 1st to the 9th level. However, every level was guarded by restrictions. If one did not have a specific opening spell, it would be extremely difficult to retrieve these techniques. When Yi Xian stepped into the technique pavilion, a dazzling array of jade scrolls greeted his eyes. The first 3 levels of cultivation techniques were all low-end techniques, and their restrictions were also the weakest. Naturally, Yi Xian didn't care about them. Yi Xian walked up the stairs. He only stopped when he reached the 8th level. The immortal light shone brightly. There were only 8 jade scrolls on the 8th level of the technique pavilion. This proved that there were 8 powerful techniques stored here. Buzz! Yi Xian stretched out his palm. The immortal light that enveloped the jade scrolls suddenly burned brightly. It suddenly repelled Yi Xian's palm. Evidently, the Jade Emperor did not lie to Yi Xian. The celestial court's treasury contained restrictive spells. If he forcefully took them, the restrictive spells would backfire on him. Interesting. Yi Xian lightly smiled as he formed hand seals with both of his hands. His primordial spirit quietly appeared in the air, causing his body to turn into nothingness. With a wave of his hand, all 8 jade slips were sucked in by him. The primordial spirit void was a secret technique from the forbidden chapter. It existed between illusion and reality. After Yi Xian had advanced into the overarching Heaven Xian immortal realm, the primordial spirit void had become even more unfathomable. Thus, it was naturally easy for him to break these restrictions. Vajra refining immortal art. 3-head 6 arms technique. Green lotus sword song. When Yi Xian looked at the 8 jade slips in his hand one by one, he read out the names of these cultivation methods one by one. Yi Xian put away the 8 jade slips, and then he gazed at the 9th level while a wisp of a strange expression flashed in his eyes. As expected, the cultivation techniques at the 8th level are high-grade immortal techniques. But I wonder what sort of cultivation techniques will be kept at the 9th level. Yi Xian climbed to the top and walked directly to the 9th level. The so-called restrictions were useless against him. When he entered the 9th level, the 3 stone platforms appeared in front of him. The 3 jade slips were surrounded by immortal light. With just a glance, Yi Xian was certain that the cultivation techniques recorded in the 3 jade slips were not simple. Buzz! The primordial spirit void activated and sucked the 3 jade slips over. However, the restrictions on the 9th level did not react at all. If the Jade Emperor knew that Yi Xian had obtained the 3 jade slips so easily, he would probably spit out a mouthful of old blood in anger. The 8-9 arcane art and the 36 heavenly dipper transformations. Yi Xian exclaimed in surprise. He did not expect that the 3 jade slips would contain the 2 major immortal techniques that Yang Jian mainly cultivated. The 8-9 arcane art was one of the most high-grade immortal techniques in the 3 realms. It was also a body sanctification technique. When cultivated to the highest level, one's body would be incomparably strong. It was said that one was invincible in the same realm. The 36 heavenly spirit transformations was a great divine technique. It was as famous as the 72 earthly fiend transformations. It was known as the supreme secret technique of the Taoist lineage. The 3rd jade slip immediately attracted Yi Xian's interest. He quickly checked it out. Somersault cloud? Yi Xian exclaimed in surprise. His expression was extremely strange. The somersault cloud was famous in the three realms. It was also one of the major secret techniques of the monkey in the past. It was said that one somersault could cover a distance of 108,000 miles. As one's cultivation increased, the speed was simply unimaginable. Yi Xian did not lack in immortal techniques. The only thing he lacked was the cloud traversal technique. The somersault cloud could make up for his lack of body movement techniques. He could also store it in the Sumera space. Yi Xian was extremely satisfied with the trip to the technique pavilion. Not only did he obtain the most high-grade immortal techniques, but he also obtained the somersault cloud. This also made Yi Xian want to go to the other three pavilions to see if he could obtain what he needed. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was about to leave, a wooden box was placed in a dark corner of the 9th floor. If Yi Xian had not seen it with his eyes, he would not have been able to detect the existence of this wooden box with his divine sense. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly sucked the wooden box over. As he opened the wooden box, a golden jade slip appeared before his eyes. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying dragon's roar exploded in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Instantly, his face turned pale. He felt as if his primordial spirit was about to be torn apart. Freeze! Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. He formed an immortal technique with both hands and quickly stabilized his primordial spirit. Only then did the dragon's roar in his sea of consciousness gradually stop. This is the clear sky technique. When Yi Xian inserted his divine sense into the golden jade slip, a large amount of information poured into his divine sense. This caused Yi Xian's expression to change slightly. Yi Xian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and closed the wooden box again. He already knew what this technique was. Then, he put the clear sky technique back in its original position. The clear sky technique. The ancient celestial quartz technique was also the celestial emperor's technique. Only the celestial emperor could cultivate it. The jade emperor cultivated this technique. However, the cultivation of the clear sky technique was extremely complicated. It required the support of the dragon's roar of the mountains and rivers to cultivate the clear sky technique. As the saying goes, one can see the whole leopard from a single spot. From the clear sky technique, Yi Xian discovered something that made him feel extremely heavy. That was that the Jade Emperor was an immortal existence. The clear sky technique was not created by anyone. It was a technique manifested from the heavenly Tao. Cultivating this technique was connected to the fate of the celestial court. As long as the celestial court did not collapse, the celestial emperor would not die. This was the purpose of the clear sky technique. No wonder the Jade Emperor was so patient and wanted me to submit to him. It turns out that the clear sky technique is so mysterious. Yi Xian murmured coldly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. When Yi Xian found out about this secret, although his heart felt heavy, he did not feel defeated. This was because Yi Xian knew that there was no real immortal existence in the three realms. If there was really an immortal existence, it might only be Tao ancestor Hongjun who integrated with the Tao. However, even Tao ancestor Hongjun might not be immortal. If the heavenly Tao collapsed and the three realms were destroyed, even Tao ancestor Hongjun would die. Yi Xian memorized the entire clear sky technique in his mind. However, he naturally would not cultivate it. This was because the celestial emperor's technique seemed powerful, but its drawbacks were extremely obvious. If the celestial court collapsed, he would also die. Yi Xian memorized the flaws of the clear sky technique. This gave him some ideas. If he could make good use of the flaws of the clear sky technique, it would be extremely helpful for him to seize the position of celestial emperor. Chapter 310. A thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind. The Haotian incantation was not protected by any restrictive spells. It was obvious that the Jade Emperor had purposely placed it here for Yi Xian to see. The hidden meaning was to tell Yi Xian that the Haotian incantation he cultivated was an immortal existence. It was also a form of deterrence to Yi Xian. Of course, the Jade Emperor was not afraid that Yi Xian would cultivate the Haotian incantation. This was because the Haotian incantation was the Celestial Emperor's technique. It required the assistance of the 4 dragon seals to cultivate. The 4 dragon seals were in the Jade Emperor's hands. Even if Yi Xian wanted to cultivate it, it was impossible. However, the Jade Emperor did not know that Yi Xian had never thought of cultivating the Haotian incantation. This was because although the Haotian incantation seemed powerful, its flaws were extremely obvious in Yi Xian's eyes. If the celestial court collapsed, he would also die. Moreover, the most important problem was that Yi Xian cultivated the immortal scripture. He had even obtained the forbidden chapter of the immortal scripture. It was much more powerful than the Haotian incantation. Yi Xian's thoughts returned. He had already memorized the Haotian incantation and grasped its flaws. He believed that the flaws of the Haotian incantation would be of great help to him when he became the Celestial Emperor in the future. Perhaps in the Jade Emperor's eyes, he was connected to the Celestial Court and no one could shake his position. However, in Yi Xian's eyes, there was nothing absolute in this world. Even a saint might not be immortal, let alone the Jade Emperor. After putting the Haotian incantation back, Yi Xian smiled and left the technique pavilion. He walked towards the other 3 pavilions. Spiritual Treasures Pavilion. When Yi Xian entered the pavilion, a large number of spiritual treasures came into view. Yi Xian directly put a dozen of the top-grade spiritual treasures into his Sumera space. As for the low-grade spiritual treasures, he naturally did not care about them. Elixir Pavilion. The best pill was called the 9 Revolutions Profound Immortal Pill, but to Yi Xian, the 9 Revolutions Profound Immortal Pill was of no use to his cultivation, which made Yi Xian slightly disappointed. However, Yi Xian didn't want to return empty-handed after entering a treasure trove, so he still collected all the immortal pills in the pill pavilion. After all, even if he didn't need these pills, it didn't mean that his subordinates didn't need them. As for the Qizhen Pavilion, all they had were blood-colored corals and million-year-old white jade snow crystals. Though they appeared to be priceless, they were of no use to one's training. Yi Xian was too lazy to accept them. Yi Xian wasn't very satisfied with the trip to the Celestial Court's treasury, but it was still a great harvest. After all, he had obtained 3 superior immortal techniques from the techniques chamber. Among them, the somersault cloud had greatly benefited him. This made Yi Xian feel slightly comforted. Whine. The void buzzed, and ripples spread. When Yi Xian walked out of the Celestial Court's treasury, he saw the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother standing in the bullfighting palace, looking at him with unfriendly eyes. East Emperor, since you've already visited the Celestial Court's treasury, you can leave, the Jade Emperor said in a low voice. I thought that the Celestial Court's treasury contained all the treasures in the world. Unfortunately, seeing is better than hearing about it. Goodbye. Yi Xian smiled. A black cloud rose under his feet, and he floated away from the bullfighting palace. Your Majesty, do you think he's seen the Haotian manual? The Queen Mother frowned. It doesn't matter if he's seen it or not. This kid can't be left alive. The Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes and entered the Celestial Court's treasury. However, after a few breaths, the Jade Emperor's angry roar came from the Celestial Court's treasury. This made the Queen Mother's expression change. She didn't know what Yi Xian had done to make the Jade Emperor lose control. Damn it! The Jade Emperor's face was pale. He walked out of the Celestial Court's treasury. He didn't expect Yi Xian to be able to break through his restrictive spell and take away the 3 great immortal techniques. Moreover, he even emptied the Celestial Court's treasury. Your Majesty, what happened? Queen Mother asked curiously. Go and see for yourself, the Jade Emperor said in a gloomy voice. The Queen Mother entered the celestial court's treasury. When she walked out again, her expression was extremely ugly. Your Majesty, Yi Xian is only an overarching heaven Xian immortal, but he was able to break through your restrictive spell. What kind of immortal technique did he cultivate? Although the heavenly court's treasury had been emptied by Yi Xian and the Queen Mother was heartbroken, the fact that Yi Xian was able to silently take away the items in the treasury caused the Queen Mother's expression to slightly change. The Immortal Sutra. The Jade Emperor spoke word by word, gritting his teeth. However, if one listened carefully, one would notice that his voice was trembling. There was even a hint of fear in his eyes. Impossible. The Queen Mother said in horror, in the past, Yuan Mo cultivated the immortal scripture, but Yuan Mo was still chased by Yang Jian to the point that he had nowhere to go and was even suppressed by the immortals. Even if Yi Xian also cultivates this technique, he... Suddenly, the Queen Mother paused as if she had thought of something. Her rosy cheeks turned extremely pale. Could it be that he obtained the forbidden chapter of the Immortal Sutra? That legend is true. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Queen Mother trembled. Queen Mother of the West trembled. Her eyes were filled with fear as if she had thought of something terrifying. At this moment, the Jade Emperor clenched his fists. His face was gloomy as he said in a low voice, "If I'm not wrong, the weapon in his hand is the legendary heaven-slaying halberd. He must have obtained the forbidden chapter of the Immortal Sutra. Legend has it that these two items came from chaos. There is a huge secret hidden in them. Could this secret be the opportunity to become a saint? Could it be that Yi Xian?" The Queen Mother could not continue speaking. However, the immortal light around her was in a mess. This also proved that her mind was in turmoil. When the Queen Mother mentioned the word saint, it seemed to have touched the Jade Emperor's sensitive nerves. He held his breath and said in a low voice, "It can't be the opportunity to become a saint. Don't forget that when Hongjun Dao ancestor had not become a saint, he also obtained these two items." However, he did not understand the mystery behind them. Furthermore, the Dao ancestor once said that only 7 saints can be born in this world. Even though Yi Xian has obtained these two items, it has nothing to do with becoming a saint. You must know that the key to becoming a saint is the Hongmeng Immortal Qi. Hearing the Jade Emperor's explanation, the Queen Mother's heart was finally at ease. She was really afraid that Yi Xian was the heaven's destined saint. If he were to become a saint in the future, how could he tolerate the two of them? In the past, the Dao ancestor once said that when the heaven-slaying halberd and the Immortal Sutra appear in the same person, it means that the calamity of the world is about to begin. And this Yi Xian is the main character of this calamity. This is also the reason why the saints are paying attention to him and why I'm tolerating him. The Jade Emperor said in the bullfighting palace. Your Majesty, since this Yi Xian is the main character of this calamity, it's best that we don't offend him too much. Why don't we just let him be? It won't be too late for us to deal with him after this calamity is over. Chapter 311. Unfortunately, the Jade Emperor did not respond to the Queen Mother's advice. He fell into deep thought. No one knew what he was thinking. Chaos was born. Heaven and earth were born. In the distant primordial world, Dao ancestor Hongjun had once preached in the Purple Cloud Palace. He also announced to all living beings in the primordial world that there were only 7 saints in the world. The 3 pure ones were formed from Pangu's essence soul. They later acknowledged Hongjun as their master and listened to the Tao in the Purple Cloud Palace. They were given 3 strands of primordial violet qi and established the 3 sects to become saints through merit. Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan. Shanqing Lingbao Tianzuan. Taiqing Dao Tianzuan. As the 3 of them were formed from Pangu's essence soul, they were born as incarnations of the Tao. They were also the three saints destined by the heavens and were respected by all living beings. Later on, there was Xuan Ti who shamelessly complained to Hong Jun in the Purple Cloud Palace. He was able to acknowledge Hong Jun as his master and become an in-name disciple of the Tao ancestor. Then, he established Western Buddhism and became a saint through merit. The sixth saint was Nuwa of the demon race. Due to her merit in mending the heavens and creating humans, she became a saint with these two great merits and was called Empress Nuwa by the myriad spirit venerable. However, after countless years, there were only 6 saints in the world. The seventh saint mentioned by Tao ancestor Hong Jun had never appeared. The last strand of primordial violet qi was also unknown. Be it Daoyuo Jingxian or the quasi-sages, they searched for the last strand of primordial violet qi in countless years for the last saint position in the world. The vicissitudes of the world, the passage of time. The seventh saint had never appeared. The primordial violet qi was nowhere to be seen. Even the Tao ancestor had long merged with the Tao and turned into the heavenly Tao to control the operation of the world. Yi Xian did not care about the saint position for the time being because he knew that it was not something he could covet now. Moreover, according to Yi Xian's knowledge, the saints in the world were also divided into strong and weak. There were only 3 ways to become a saint. The first was the way to become a saint for the 3 pure ones and the rest. They were all saints through merit. Only with great merit and primordial violet qi could one transform into a saint. The second method was to sever the 3 corpses to become a saint. The 3 corpses were the good corpse, the evil corpse, and the self corpse. Since the beginning of the world, only Hongjun Dao ancestor became a saint by severing the 3 corpses. In the end, he used his own body to make up for the heavenly Tao. Although the 6 saints also wanted to walk the path of severing the 3 corpses to become a saint, they could only sever the good and evil corpses. In the end, they could not sever their own bodies. In the end, they became saints by virtue. As for the third method, it was also the legendary method of becoming a saint. It was known as using strength to prove one's Tao. This kind of method was extremely barbaric and could be said to have no chance of survival. Using strength to prove one's Tao, disrespecting the heavens and the earth. Only cultivating oneself, breaking through the limits of the heavens and the earth, transcending the heavenly Tao. What they believed in was using strength to break through all techniques. Legend had it that if someone could prove his Tao through strength, he would be the saint of all saints after becoming a saint. Even killing a saint would not be a problem. However, legends were only legends. Since the beginning of the world, no one had been able to prove their Tao through strength. To put it bluntly, all living beings with intelligence were born and nurtured by the world. Even the spiritual energy they absorbed came from the world. How could they surpass the heavenly Tao? Among the 3 methods of becoming a saint, the simplest was the first one, becoming a saint through virtue. However, this was relatively simple. In the eyes of the sage-to-be in Daoyuo Jingxian, it was also an impossible task. First of all, one had to have Hongmeng immortal qi, great virtue, and one's cultivation had to be in the sage-to-be realm. If it was in the beginning of the world, there might be some possibility. However, in the current 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man, where would one get the virtue to become a saint? Therefore, many outstanding people were unwilling to be below the saints. They embarked on the path of severing the 3 corpses to become a saint. However, in the endless passage of time, the number of people who managed to sever 2 corpses could be counted on one's fingers. There were even people with strong Tao hearts who tried to sever the 3rd corpse, the ego. However, the ego was still the self. If they severed the ego, they would end up dead. Just as Tao ancestor Hongjun said, there were only 7 saints in the world. As for when the 7th saint would be born, it had always been a topic of endless debate in the 3 realms. Celestial Court, 33rd Heaven, Weiyang Palace. Yi Xian was very idle these days. Zhao Gongming visited him from time to time. He even told him that Guanyin of the South Sea had come to the celestial court to denounce him, but she was scared away by 2 decrees. The first decree was issued by someone, while the second decree was issued by Tong Tian. This also made Zhao Gongming hint that Yi Xian was very important to Tong Tian. If he could join the Jie sect, with his talent, it was not impossible for him to be accepted as a personal disciple by Tong Tian. However, Yi Xian gave a vague answer. Naturally, he would not agree easily. This made Zhao Gongming extremely bitter, but he did not persuade too much. On this day, Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the void. Dozens of demon kings stood on his left and right. Below him, the Xian Tian celestial official was pale. He was holding a celestial book and reporting something to Yi Xian. Xian Tian celestial official, you are very bold. You only gave my subordinates a false title, but they have no real power. Do you think I am easy to bully? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. His voice was cold. The heavenly Peng King and the others looked at the Xian Tian celestial official fiercely. Their fierce eyes almost scared the Xian Tian celestial official out of his wits. Celestial Emperor, please calm down. I have my difficulties. The Xian Tian celestial official wailed. He almost cried and begged Yi Xian. Celestial Emperor, it is not that I want to go against you. However, His Majesty has already said that although the demon kings of the lower world have made contributions, they have just entered the celestial court. If they are given real power, I am afraid that the other immortals will not accept it. Therefore, I have temporarily given them a title. After a few days, without waiting for the Xian Tian celestial official to finish, Yi Xian coldly interrupted, the Jade Emperor is in charge of the 3 realms. He should be rewarded for his contributions and punished for his mistakes. If he does not even know how to reward and punish, then what is the use of having the Jade Emperor? Hearing Yi Xian's words, the Xian Tian celestial official broke out in cold sweat. He did not dare to continue. Yi Xian was the East Pole Emperor. He could speak without restraint. He was just a small celestial official. If he said something wrong and the Jade Emperor heard it, he was afraid that he would end up in a miserable state. Looking at the Xian Tian celestial official's trembling body, Yi Xian knew that he was just following orders. Even if he made things difficult for him, it was useless. He still had to solve the problem from the root. Give me the celestial book, Yi Xian said calmly. The Xian Tian celestial official did not dare to delay. He handed the celestial book to Yi Xian. As Yi Xian flipped through the celestial book, a cold smile appeared on his face. Didn't 2 of the 9 brilliant Star Lord die in the battle with the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit? Lion Elephant King and Snake Demon King can take his place. Yes, 6 of the 28 lunar mansions died. Green Dragon King and the others can also take their place. Yi Xian picked up a jade brush and constantly changed the celestial official. This made the Xian Tian celestial official pale. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead to the ground. The position of Marshal Tianpeng has always been vacant. He is in charge of the 9 brilliant Star Lord and the 100,000 Celestial River Navy. This is the most important position of the Celestial Court. There cannot be any mistakes. Tianpeng King is an all-heaven Xian immortal. He is the most suitable. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.